I don't even know why I call it a fight show. Obviously, we could call it a fight show because it's the only fight in town tonight, right? Which is WrestleMania night number 1. Okay, WrestleMania 41 night number 1. And, well, great event. It was all right. I don't want to say it's great. It was all right. There were other WrestleManias that I would say are a whole lot better than this one. Now, night 2 could obviously top everything. What's good? Big Egg MMA, shout outs to you, my man. Always the first one in here. Shout outs to you. By the way, I saw some of your comments while we were on live stream. Yeah, it was a good match. Gunter was a good match. I was a bit surprised of why they decided they wanted to make that fight as the first fight of the night. I don't know what the reason was behind that. Maybe because they sort of wanted a certain pacing, right? Like, for example, if you want a certain pacing where, let's say, okay, you know what, we're going to do a feel good right now, and then we're going to have a bad story afterwards, right? And a feel good afterwards and a bad story afterwards. I think it's a little bit of those combinations that I think they were trying to go for. And I think this is what the WWE goes for every time. Toxic Gameplay says, I met this male streamer from Ethiopia. I think I'm going to send her. All right. That's quite disclosive of you, Toxic Gameplays, to share that. But nonetheless, that is an interesting take that you're going to do. All I got to say is good luck to that, my man, and all the best of luck to you. I hope you enjoyed WrestleMania tonight. It was all right. It wasn't the best WrestleMania. Obviously, there's 2 nights to do it. Tomorrow could be a better one. And then I woke up and slapped myself. Okay, good. That's a good one. That's a good one, Toxic Plays. Well played right there, right? You put me in a situation where I had to read something where I had to be concerned for you. And then, just to my own suspicion, you, yeah, man. Bro, I love your workout streams. Very focused. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know what? I've been training like that for decades, right? So whenever I actually now put it up, a lot of people are surprised. They're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe like you really train like that. Well, why not? I mean, you know, I've done all types of combat sports growing up. I've done different types of activities along the way. So it wouldn't be out of the line of trajectory that I'm in to sort of do things like that. I steal the whole 1-plate barbell press thing from you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Where you do this and that, right? It's very good for the hips and this and that. Mr. Baldy says, oh, hi. Monkey says, hi. Hi, everybody. Everybody's tapping in right now. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe because we are about to talk about why Turki, El-Sheikh, and Dana White was at the WrestleMania Night 1 event. Toxic Gameplay says, most sportscasters are Poindexters, though, man, they never fought. It's like, I know you could beat the dog-ish out of Ariel Helwani. Well, you know what? That's true, right? Because it's rare when you find a fighter or somebody that is a trained fighter that has a love for journalism as well. And obviously, I sort of fit the bill of journalism. I mean, because look, that's the literal degree that I, was under, right? I could do that for a profession, but I do this as a YouTuber. And then on the other side of journalism is public relations, which obviously is a sector that I've sort of delved into. So Top Clips USA says, which generation of wrestling is your most favorite? I think everyone that is my age, I'm 39 going into 40. So that means that I grew up around the DX era. They had Shawn Michaels tonight. I think, give a shout out to Triple H for getting the Hall of Fame in. So it was that era. I think it was everybody's era. Remember the DX chop thing or this and that? How many kids our age that were around that time, got in trouble for doing that, in middle school, right? Obviously very juvenile of us, but yeah. Toxic Gameplay says, go bald and grow a mustache, maybe Iron Sheik style. Man, yo, Toxic Gameplays, I'm going to tell you, man, I try not to laugh, okay? Like, I mean, obviously, do I laugh? But I don't try to show, certain emotions like that. I mean, getting angry is one thing. Let's say if somebody pisses me off enough in a stream or whatever. But to actually make me laugh, right? Like, that actually made me laugh about what you said. Go bald, grow a mustache, and maybe Iron Sheik style, right? Well, here's the thing, right? Iron Sheik is Iranian. He's Shia. I don't even know if he's a practicing Muslim, Sunni, or Shia. But they decided to sort of give him this Arabian feel to him. Because if you look at the headscarf that he wears, right, it's an Arabian headscarf. And I don't know how that's correlated with somebody being Iranian, because obviously they have a different stilo, a different get down to them. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But speaking of Middle Eastern figures, why was Turki El-Sheikh there tonight? Now, I have some various suspicions as to why. Obviously, there's the Grand Prix Riyadh season boxing tournament going on right now, totally unrelated to that. But again, this kind of shows you the different spectrums and the different sectors that Turki El-Sheikh is a part of. Now, if you understand Arabic or of an Arabic-speaking origin, or somebody that understands the language, and you have him as a social media friend or somebody that you follow or something like that, you often notice that Turki El-Sheikh has various things beyond boxing, beyond MMA, beyond professional wrestling, right? He delves into Arabic films. He delves into Arabic music. He delves into different types of musical acts that come into Saudi Arabia to perform. So there's a whole lot of different array of subjects and array of situations that Turki El-Sheikh is up on. Toxic Gameplay says Turki El-Sheikh is good for boxing. I agree, but I think Riyadh season is being ran at a major profit loss. Correct. And again, this is the reason why they sort of brought Dana White into the TKO boxing, right? So when Turki El-Sheikh and the Saudis came into boxing, their whole entire prerogative was that, you know what, man, this is what we're going to do. Okay, our whole entire prerogative is we're going to promote Saudi Arabia at all costs. At all costs. So obviously they're losing profit margins, right? They're not gaining back anything that they're investing because they're overpaying people. But what they are actually paying for, Saudi Arabia in general, is they are paying for the glory of their country. And every country does this, just like in the Olympics that's coming up in 2028, which is going to be taking place in LA. Now, what is the purpose of all that? It is to bring glory to America and to Los Angeles and all its illustrious history. That is the reason behind it. Now, Saudi Arabia is no different than that. The German painter in the 1940s was no different than that. If you remember, he hosted an Olympic event where Jesse Owens had won. I believe it was, a Berlin Olympics somewhere in the 1940s or so. So that's what we have going on. It's not so much of a loss in terms of a business. It's more of a gain for the Saudis in terms of, how do I say this? Uplifting the image of their country. Okay? Now, here's the thing that I need you to understand about Saudi Arabia that a lot of people don't know, right? Yeah, publicity. That's right. Toxic Gameplay. That's correct. And then Toxic Gameplays also says the German painter and Jesse Owens. Yeah, exactly. So, believe it or not, that made that country look good. Like, look, we allowed this man to come here and compete fair and square with no issues whatsoever, right? That was what he was trying to convey to the world. Well, anybody that's hosting a sporting event, that's what they are trying to do. So now, bringing in Dana White to the TKO situation, right? It's a little bit different, and let me tell you why. it's different because now that you're bringing Dana White into the situation, he is going to budget. He is going to bring your money back, and he is going to, unfortunately, underpay the fighters in a way that is not being overpaid to the way that Turki El-Sheikh has, let's say, overpaid the likes of various fighters that you've noticed that have fought under him. So that's what you have going on in this situation. You have a situation where now they want to actually make money out of it. And now bringing Dana White into the whole TKO thing, you look at the pay structure, it is an absolute joke. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at the TKO boxing payout scale. Let's see. Okay, so this is according to Yahoo Sports, okay? And obviously this has all been verified. Yeah, Usyk and Fury both made like 50 million apiece. That's correct gameplay, but if you look at all the other fighters that are in the undercard, I don't know if you can say the same thing. Maybe you can. I mean, obviously that kid that fought Shakur Stevenson, the English guy, he got paid pretty well. The guy was a carpenter. He was working a full shift that week that he got called in to fight Shakur Stevenson. And the next thing you know, Turki El-Sheikh bought him an entire house with, without having to pay any mortgage for it. I mean, he owns it for life. And then on top of that, a salary, and the guy gets to keep his job as an electrician. Yeah, the electrician who got his lights put out. How poetic. Oh, man, that's good, man. That's some bars right there. Toxic gameplays, man. Toxic gameplays. You rap, man? Because I swear, that's some bars right there. So let's take a look at the payout scale, okay? 10-round fighter, 10-round bout of any unranked fighter. You know what you get? $20,000, okay? When ranked by a company at a number, 50,000. When ranked by a company by another number, I don't know what that means. Maybe like you're getting ahead in the company at that point, $125,000. When challenging for a company championship, $375,000. When defending the company championship, just about under a quarter, close to $1 million, so $750,000 when defending the company championship. Look, man, that sounds like the UFC pay scale in a nutshell. So you're telling me $20,000, that's what you get as a 3-round fighter UFC debutant. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, that's ridiculous, low for a boxer. It really is. It really is. So the idea that boxing is going to pay more than, let's say, MMA, I mean, not so fast. I think there's something even there. I think when they mean that boxing pays more than MMA, they mean at the top level, just like what Toxic Gameplays here says about what did he say here about Fury and Usyk getting 50 million apiece, right? 50 million apiece they both got, and that's ultimately the reality of a high-level boxing, right? Especially if you're well-known. Obviously, Tyson Fury is already a well-known name, so it's given that he's going to be in that kind of situation. But yeah, that's what you got going on. And also, another reason why Turki El-Sheikh was there that night, I think he is going to collaborate with the WWE. If he hasn't already, they have plenty of times, even before the whole Riyadh season thing kicked off. Toxic Gameplay says at that level. He also says, Toxic Gameplays, Jake Paul over here paying Amanda Serrano $7 million a fight. Is he really? Is that confirmed? Is that a confirmed number? Toxic Gameplays. Fresh Lemon Juice says UFC is top level and should be compared with the big money. UFC is top level and should be compared with the big money. Do you mean that UFC guys should make as much as boxing because they are at a top level at a very difficult sport? Is that what you mean, Fresh Melon Juice? Let me know on the next comment if that is what you meant. But yeah, if that's the case, I will say that I agree with that to a certain extent. I think that when you're fighting MMA, you're fighting a much more dangerous sport. Okay, and the skills that are involved in competing in this dangerous sport, I think honestly, well, you know what? I think you should get paid handsomely in that regard, right? I think you should get paid more than boxers, right? Because there's hazardous duty pay that's involved in that. But I'm not Turki El-Sheikh, right? If I was, I would pay the MMA fighters more. But I think also you got to take into high consideration that Turki El-Sheikh is a boxing guy himself. Toxic Gameplay says she got paid more than 6.1 million. Her opponent was paid. Okay, so Melon Juice says yes. They are not rookies. Who do you mean? The new guys that are going to come into TKO boxing that are getting $20,000 in their first 10-round fight, or you mean the UFC guys? Let me know on the comment section below. So yeah, before all of this kicked off, obviously the Saudis were already involved in Riyadh season. In fact, they even brought in Tyson Fury to do a wrestling match against Braun Strowman, if you remember. This guy named Braun Strowman. I don't know if you guys remember him, but yeah, he was there. And I don't know if you guys remember him, but yeah, he was there. Let's see. What did he, Toxic Gameplay says here. I see this as a way for them to build their name up with TKO, then break off like Ngannou did and fight those high-paid fights. Okay. It says the UFC are the absolute top of MMA. Yeah, that is true. They are the absolute top of MMA, and there is no one else that tops them. Guys, I'm going to need you guys to do me a favor. Just hit the like button for me, and also hit the subscribe button. We just hit about 730 subscribers now. Obviously on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Hopefully, I'll get there soon enough so that I can get paid for a lot of these ads, which, I mean, it's already, in that works. So why is Turki trying to reinvent the wheel, man? Well, you know what it is? Turki is a fan like us, right? And please, you guys hit more like buttons and share buttons. And then I'm going to tell you why is it that Turki is reinventing the wheel, as what Toxic Gameplays here says. So he's not okay. He is trying to reinvent the wheel, right? But he's reinventing the wheel due to the fact that he's a fan like us. Now, you look at Joe Rogan's interview with Ilia Topuria. What did he say to Ilia Topuria? He said, well, he said this multiple times. I'm very surprised that people are now baffled by Joe Rogan's recent statements. He's been saying this for a long time, but he's just saying it in a long form to where it was very difficult to catch him, or no one really clipped it for them to make an issue about it. But Joe Rogan said that he would want a basketball court as a fight and have these imaginary lines. He would say that you're not allowed any stand-ups. If, let's say, you ended the round, you being on the ground, you start the next round being on the ground with no stand-up to begin with, because, I mean, it's that's just the mind of Joe Rogan. That's what he wants. If he had the resources and the power to create a fighting league like that, or create the UFC like that and make it the #1 MMA league in the world, he could absolutely do that if he had the money and the power to do so. Fast forward, Turki is an oligarch. He literally owns an entire country. He literally is a world leader who owns a country and is a fan of boxing. So what he's doing is no different than what any of us would do if we were in a position of power. The only difference is that maybe we don't have outrageous ideas, just like most of these other billionaires that own all these other fight leagues and all these other promotions. Obviously, a lot of them don't have insane ideas. They just go with a linear path, right? But then once in a while, there is this one guy that comes along that throws his money around and does something creative and does something different, or as what Toxic Gameplay says here, reinvent the wheel. And who is that exactly? Take the ONE FC president. What's his name? What is his name? I forgot how to pronounce his name, but fuck, I forgot how to pronounce his name. It's a Thai name. But you know what? Chatri, I'm sorry. Chatri, okay, he reinvented the wheel. Who would have thought about the idea of having a kickboxing match and a cage MMA fight all in the same event? Obviously, we had something like that here in Northern California back in the 2010s, 2011s. We had situations where we had a Muay Thai fight and an MMA fight all in a cage. And now ONE FC is doing that. That's something that is reinventing the wheel. And then on top of that, he just threw grappling in there. And then he throws regular kickboxing on top of Muay Thai boxing with MMA gloves. So he literally is reinventing the wheel, and he has the money to do so. And it just so happens that the guy who wants to reinvent the wheel is none other than Turki El-Sheikh. And then Toxic Gameplay here says, Turki should get rid of the standing 8 count while he's at it. I mean, you know what? He was trying to get rid of the judges' scorecards during the Hamza Shiraz fight, right? So, you know, why not just, I'm not going to speak on that. I mean, you know, shout out to Saudi Arabia, shout out to Turki El-Sheikh. But anyways, Aiden Ross just did one boxing, MMA, kickboxing, and the Island Boys got knocked out. Yeah, so there you go, right? Aiden Ross has the money to do that, so he decided he's going to put on an amateur event. But with Turki El-Sheikh, his money is anything but amateur, so he wants to go to the max with that. Carlos Adames won that fight clearly. You know what, man? I got to tell you, that's really interesting, right? Because Hamza Shiraz recently just mentioned how he dropped everybody out of his team. He got rid of Ricky Fuentes, who, by the way, is a top trainer out here in California. And then he started going with Andy Lee. I thought that was an interesting choice. I'm an island boy, and I'm trying to make it, Playboy says. All right, well, shout out to Playboy, man. One of my regulars that's in here, man. How are you, man? How is everybody tonight, man? Did you guys enjoy WrestleMania, or was it a little bit lackluster? I think it was a little bit lackluster, and judging by the comments and judging by what everybody out there is saying, I think we can all agree to that. Let's hear what Joe Cronin is saying on his side of the show right now. Shout out to Joe Cronin. He shouted me out the other day while I was in his live stream. So he's got a poll out right now. WrestleMania 1 was amazing, okay, blah, or bad. I'm gonna go with okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with okay. I'm gonna vote okay. Okay, so I am the majority of here. 46% say that it was just okay. Let's hear what Joe Cronin has to say here.
So all like said 1, 2, 3, and the match is over. Like no care.
More for the Royal Rumble. Yeah, you know what? The Royal Rumble is exciting, isn't it? Toxic Gameplays, right? You don't know the type of people that are coming, but I think there is an element of surprise as well that you could get out of the WrestleMania. Like, for example, tomorrow, Randy Orton was supposed to fight Kevin Owens, but obviously Kevin Owens could not make it. So here we are. Who do we have? We have whoever. Randy Orton against whoever. So
ass fuck. How about stop laughing? Stop.
It's understandable, man. I want to hear from you guys what you think. And the poll is up, so
let's hear what Joe Cronin said in the very beginning. By the way, anything that is wrestling related, I go to this guy, right? Joe Cronin. I think he is the MMA guru of pro wrestling.
Rollins.
Free Cain, send me location, brother, Playboy says.
Paul Heyman now. Again, like I said, most people kind of predicted that. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, a lot of people predicted that Paul Heyman was going to betray somebody, right? It was like one of those things that you sort of saw coming, right? Which is really strange. You saw it coming from Paul Heyman. Toxic Gameplay says, it's crazy how wrestlers sustain so much injury to the body and the brains. People say it's fake, and Dave Schultz moments happen. People say it's fake, and Dave Schultz, yeah, it's not fake at all. I think the brain trauma that a lot of these guys go through is probably worse than combat sports.
One was, well, it was something. If you guys can, please drop a like, leave a like. CM Punk's in the ring laughing on camera during WrestleMania. That's not a.
Dave Schultz slapped that dude so hard. Oh yeah, he did. I remember that. Well, I mean, I don't think I was even born around that time, or even coherent at a certain age. But yeah, I do remember that.
Good look. The referee whispering something in his ear and Punk laughing. Caught that on camera. That doesn't look so good.
You know, here's an interesting take, right? A lot of MMA fans at some point were former pro wrestling fans, especially people that are within my age group.
And ladies and gentlemen, I also want to say before we start this show, we let the alerts go out to everybody that I am live. I hope you guys can share this and like it.
People think it's fake. Wrestlers don't get medical attention, and we get Chris Benoit. It was crazy here in a GA. That's right. Is that where all of that took place? Right. I think he had a house down in Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And I think that he's been having a house there ever since his WCW days. And I guess he never left. Right. Because I know that. Yeah. Fayetteville, Georgia. Okay. So you know that I think that stems from the days that he used to be in WCW. And Chris Benoit, man. Chris Benoit was absolutely amazing, right? Like, you want to talk about shocking. If there were any guys that you would have had to predict or guess in the world of wrestling who was going to do something so heinous like that, Chris Benoit would have been the last guy in your mind. So maybe the CTE and the lack of medical attention that he got is probably the reason why all of that had happened to him. But nonetheless, man, it was tragic to say the least. A very tragic situation, unfortunately. And I remember when that happened too, right? It was 2007. Vince McMahon was doing a storyline where they were going to frame Bobby Lashley as the guy who bombed Vince McMahon's limo. And a couple of days later, they're like, listen, we're going to have to cancel Monday Night Raw because this happened. Chris Benoit did this and that. I was like, wow. Yeah, it's sad they removed his page on the WWE website and also refuses to post his matches on YouTube. Randy Orton was the youngest world heavyweight champion of all time, correct? Do you know who Randy Orton beat to become the youngest world heavyweight champion of all time in the WWE? You know who he beat? Chris Benoit. Okay, now when you think of John Jones becoming world champion, who do you think of? Shogun Rua. When you think of Francis Ngannou becoming world heavyweight champion, who do you think of? Stipe Miocic. When you think of Buster Douglas becoming a world champion, who do you think of? You think of Mike Tyson. When you think of Holyfield becoming undisputed champion or champion, who do you think of? You think of Holyfield. But for some reason, most hardcore WWE fans cannot tell you how Randy Orton became the youngest world heavyweight champion of all time and how he became the world heavyweight champion, the youngest ever, was beating Chris Benoit. So keep that understanding, okay? They treat him like Voldemort, man. It's so terrible. So here's the thing, right? You know who has the most fights in MMA? Who has the most fights in MMA? This guy named Travis Fulton. Okay, you know about Travis Fulton, right? You know what? You know why you will never know about Travis Fulton? Well, for one, I don't think he fought in the UFC ever, but the guy had over 22 MMA fights. So he had a record of like maybe 256 wins and I don't know, maybe like 11 or 50 losses or something like that. So yeah, he had over 320 fights in MMA. And also has the most wins and most fights. Most wins and most fights of all time. And he was a heavyweight. He could do that. He could fight every week if he wanted. So it was easy for him to build up a record like that. But you'll never hear his name etched in the history of MMA. You want to know why? Because the guy got caught being a pedo, and then he died in jail, I believe, because he unalived himself, supposedly and allegedly. So what Chris Benoit did, it was horrendous. He killed his wife and his kid. So the WWE had to do something. They had to play. They had to play it safe. That's what they had to do. Let me get my WWE belt out for this one right here. You know, so they had to play it safe.
Gotta click the like button to help us out. Well, on top of all of that, really quickly, I just want to say
that's right, toxic gameplays. They had to get in front of that situation. And you know what? As somebody that understands PR and has studied it in college, I'll tell you this is the MO that they do. This is what they have to do. They cannot put Chris Benoit out there to any degree. Now, I think that's a shame because it sort of hurts other people in the process. Because in wrestling, just like in MMA, you know, in MMA, do you ever notice that the guys that have fought each other usually pick each other in future fights? You look at Israel Adesanya, he always picks Alex Pereira to win, and the same thing with Alex Pereira, he always picks Israel Adesanya to win. Why? Because if they win, it makes you look good. Sheehan likes to party. Fresh melon juice, Shane. You mean Shane as in Shane McMahon? Fresh lemon juice? Let me know on the comment section below. So yeah, it makes you look good when your former opponent wins later on. It sort of is like this in wrestling. It's called the rub, right? For those of you that understand pro wrestling jargon, it's called the rub. So if your opponent did good later on in a fight that is beyond you, that is right after you, it makes you look good. That's the same thing with Conor McGregor. Why is he always praising Jose Aldo even after knocking him out in 13 seconds? Well, because the better that Jose Aldo does, the better that it looks for his resume. So Toxic Gameplay here says it's crazy because after Benoit's death, they said they rarely mentioned Randy Orton becoming the youngest champion because it was tied to Benoit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So in turn, what you're doing is you're actually damaging Randy Orton's legacy. Because how many people know that Randy Orton was the youngest world champion ever? I mean, he is literally the Mike Tyson of professional wrestling, if you think about it. But you'll never know that because of the guy that he had to beat to do it. So that's unfortunate, but it's a business decision that they had to make. And you know what, man? I don't know. Look, there's different types of people out there. You never know what kind of people there are out there in the world, and you don't know what type of sensibilities they have. But I cannot tell you one WWE fan that would stop watching WWE because WWE decided to mention that Randy Orton became the youngest world champion of all time, and he had to do it fighting Chris Benoit, right? I don't know one WWE fan or any wrestling fan, for that matter, that would really care. But in corporate sensibilities and in PR, it's a completely different story because you don't know what other people are out there, and the tides shift all the time when it comes to public opinion. So let's keep that in perspective.
They're back on the air, WrestleMania coverage. We're watching to see if anything else goes down. Roman Reigns rolling around, checking his teeth. We saw Tiffany lost some teeth earlier tonight, so anything is possible as far as that goes. Seth Rollins staring like a menacing psychopath into the camera. Looks like a psych.
Toxic Gameplay says, bro, you are intelligent as F, bro. Well, thank you very much, man. And you know what? This is the reason why I decided to make a YouTube channel, is because I've studied all different types of subjects from, you name it, right? History, political science, obviously PR and journalism. So I have vast knowledge of these things along with martial arts. So I figured, why not share it with the world, right? And share it with the world in a subject that I'm really interested in, which is combat sports. So thank you for the compliment, and thank you for always supporting me. Toxic Gameplays. I really appreciate you, my man.
Psychotic lion, to be honest. But yeah, I want you guys to go ahead and vote right now. Let us know what you thought of our WrestleMania tonight. It was something, but I also want to shout out because obviously on Patreon, guys, we have a record-breaking situation on Patreon. Me, the right way.
Let's hear what Joe Cronin has to say.
Yeah,
here.
I thought this match was probably the most exciting when you look at, everything that was mixed up into everything, and these three big names and what's going to happen. But, in the end, it was just like nothing's on the line really, but like what Paul Heyman's on the line, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, we couldn't really figure out, like, what's on the line here. Paul Heyman, that's what it really was about, was what is Paul Heyman going to do? The whole entire match is about, what's Paul Heyman going to do? Who is he going to side with? And, of course, all of us are sitting here saying for the past couple of weeks, oh, he's going to turn on both and then join.
Yeah, so he says, crazy how China has a page, but Chris doesn't. You know what? Triple H was with China, right? And then, obviously, he got rid of China and then went with Stephanie. I mean, wow, man. If you really think about it, Triple H destroyed China, right? Because obviously she was never the same afterwards. Man, this is what I love about WrestleMania nights, man. You guys are bringing out a whole new, different, vast knowledge that I have of professional wrestling as somebody who grew up watching it, right? I mean, obviously, I don't have a belt, with the WWE for no reason, right? There's a reason why I have this belt, because I am a fan. I was a fan of the WWE, and to a certain extent, it did somehow, I think, influence my trajectory in MMA to a certain degree, even though I was obviously doing real fighting and real martial arts while I was watching the WWE. But yeah, I think like most kids, right? I think there's a crossover. There's a lot of kids out there that train martial arts but also watch the WWE. So
join Seth. Everyone's saying that. So everybody knew that. Everybody said that. And so, you're like, well, maybe something else is going to happen, because that seems too, like, that just seems obvious, right? At this point, like, everybody knows that's what they're doing, right? Like, so they're definitely going to do something different, right? No, no, like, that's not, they did exactly that. That's exactly what they did, man. But man, it's great to have you guys here tonight. We're going to go through every single match. We'll go on. So that match went from don't give a crap to, oh my God, that's the one I'm looking forward to. For the most to, I said I would open the they're liking it. See what I'm saying, though? You see what I'm saying about that? Like, that's crazy. Like, a lot of people are loving it. I'm seeing so many people hating on it in the chat. And then even Twitter, people are sending me messages.
They said seems like the first time they did was with Owen Hart, because he doesn't have a page or gets mentioned. Was it Owen Hart? He never got mentioned, huh? I think they did that because it made the company look bad again, right? Think about this. Who is solely responsible for the death of Owen Hart? I mean, it has to be the WWE, right? You can't put that on the Kansas City arena that they were there that night. You can't put that on them, because it is the WWE that is the show. It is the WWE that provides the theatrics, that provides the stunts and things of that nature. You're only renting the arena. That's it. Yeah, the reason why footage of his death hasn't been released. And with good reason why it hasn't been released, right?
Messages like, geez, that was not good. But people are pretty much liking it. For the most part, I'm surprised. I would honestly give this a blah. I would give it a blah. I wouldn't give it a bad. I wouldn't give it an amazing. I'd say somewhere between blah and okay is what we got tonight. I think I'd have to reserve myself to click in the blah. Yeah. Yeah,
CM Punk should have never went to AEW. He did great tonight. He said Toxic Gameplay says people are weird, man. They'd probably talk shit, no respect these days. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Once again, I don't think Jey Uso had a great match. I don't think that was a great match. It was okay to start the show, and it was all right-ish.
So in other words, what Joe is saying here, there's been a lot of matches here that were like okay tonight. They weren't exactly like extravagant. Here's the thing, right? You can't make every year extravagant. There was one year where Charlotte Flair fought Ronda Rousey, and I believe it was also Becky Lynch, and she came in with a helicopter, right? She was given a helicopter ride. Okay, now that's epic. You can't do that every year. There was one year where they had Triple H. I believe he, I think it was in Florida. Well, he came in with a group of these police officers in a bike. Well, you can't do that every year because you're not always going to be able to get a hold of a police force that is willing to do that. They have some years where they have this Japanese symphony, right? During Sting's entrance for WrestleMania 30, if you guys remember back 10 years ago in the Bay Area, they brought in people that play violins, or they bring in people that are like in bands or in choirs to do like all these different performances, right? You can't do that every year. So therefore, every year is going to look different, and every year may look extravagant, and then some years it may not. But the one thing Triple H wanted to emphasize with everybody was this. He wanted to emphasize that you guys are the audience. Just sit back and watch the show. Stop trying to critique it. I see what he's saying, and at the same time, I don't, right? Because everybody always criticizes a movie or a TV show. They'll say something like, "Oh, well, I can't believe such and such died in this particular TV show. I can't believe it, right? I just can't believe it." Or you hate it, or oh, man, why did they have to make that guy in a Soprano snitch? Why did he have to be the snitch, or this and that, right? Well, you don't control the show. You're not the writer. But it seems that the input for how WWE should be written is a lot more pronounced than it is for, let's say, The Sopranos or any other TV show. And I think that's the difference in the interactive order that wrestling has in comparison to, let's say, other forms of entertainment. Fresh Melon Juice says, tell us about your parents' home country. What happened? Was it a religious war? So Fresh Melon Juice, that's a very good question. And you know what? I will answer that question, but not right now. And I'm going to tell you where I'm going to answer that. I have a members only page where I talk about a wide variety of different subjects. Matter of fact, let me give you a taste of what I put up in my members stream only section. Let me see what I put up here. So, okay. This is what I have for my members section. Remember I told you about Travis Fulton, right? The guy who has the most fights in MMA. This is a little bit of a taste of what I have in my members section only. A personal question, if I may. Have you ever knocked someone out? Yes, of course. Yes. In the streets, and yes, also in amateur kickboxing. So the player that I'm about to talk about in this current moment of time right now is Travis Fulton. Now, a lot of people don't know who Travis Fulton is. Let me explain a little synopsis here, okay? He died while in custody for child pornography charges, okay? And this was at the age... So you heard that? They're talking about child pornography, and that's literally what Travis Fulton went down for. Man, you are a pretty solid dude, too. Thank you, my man. Thank you for that. You know, I try to be as well-rounded as I can. I'm trying to learn about Muslims and their intentions in the Western world. Okay, so that's very interesting, Fresh Melon Juice. Well, I'll tell you this, right? Obviously, I'm a YouTuber, or at least I'm trying to be, right? I want to do really good at it. I want to be successful at it. And ultimately, that is all that I really look forward to do in this country. Now, obviously, being a YouTuber, you can do that anywhere in the world. However, I think as somebody who's an American or has an American citizenship or somebody that lives in the United States, in particular in California, I think that gives me a bit of an advantage more than anybody else out there in the world. Now, obviously, MMA Guru has an advantage as well, being from London, being English, being from the UK. That's okay, that's all well and good. That's his advantage. My advantage is that, yes, I have this background where I come from this part of the world, but then at the same time, I'm also a Californian where I live in this part of the world and I have a different culture, surrounding me, or a culture that I've assimilated in some kind of way. Playboy says, "What is this belt, brother? This is a replica of the WWE belt. Who gave it to you? We have to check that moment." No, it's a WWE belt, my man. Obviously, I'm just wearing it for the occasion, and whatnot. It's a shame these days these kids will never play the real WWE game, SmackDown versus Raw. Yeah, that was good too back in the day. How about back in 97, 98, there was a game called Raw is War. But yeah, back to my members only section that I'm promoting here for you guys. Here's a little clip of what to expect in that particular section real quick.
Each of 44, and this was literally the same time frame that Conor McGregor fought Dustin Poirier, the last fight, which was in 2020.
So that heavyweight that had the most fights in MMA, he died on the same night that Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirier were fighting. And I talk about that in the members only section. It is called Members Only Exclusive Travis Fulton, Pedo, and the most MMA fights. Okay, so he was a pedophile, but he also had the most fights in the UFC's heavyweight division, if not all of MMA, because obviously being able to fight weekly, he was able to do that due to the fact that he was a heavyweight. He didn't have to worry about weighing in differently every year. So I have a video on that. What are some other videos that I have on my members only section? Well, how about Little Dirk? Do you guys remember when Little Dirk got caught up 5 months ago in the FBI raid? I talk about in here whether Little Dirk is a Muslim or not.
Well, this is members exclusive only video where I'm going to give you raw and uncut views of certain takes and topics that are going on in the world, in particular right now with Little Dirk. So let's ask the legit question, right? Is Little Dirk a Muslim? And well, the answer that a lot of people would say is obviously yes. Being that he displays it, he's shown it, you've seen him wear Gelabaya in some events. Maybe that was Dubai, maybe that was somewhere local, maybe that was going to a mosque in Chicago of some sort. But before I go on and answer that topic, let me just say from a street's perspective, right? I'm really surprised that somebody who's from Chicago would come and really bust down on people in LA.
So that's another members only exclusive right there. Another video of that. I'm going to do more members only exclusive. You guys come in, join the members only, very cheap for a monthly price. We're talking about like $1 or $2 or something like that. And I'm going to offer you guys some raw and uncut content, stuff that, well, let's just say that I would not put out in a wider public, right? And Fresh Melon Juice says here, pedo fights. Yeah, apparently that guy, Travis Fulton, he offed himself in prison, and that was the same night Conor McGregor fought Dustin Poirier, and we're back in full circle because here's Conor McGregor still not with a fight, but he did show up for the Tucker Carlson interview, which I thought was interesting, obviously, because, well, I think he's using it to run for public office in Ireland, and I don't know how that's going to work out, man. I don't know if he really has what it takes to be president of Ireland, man. I really don't know. I don't know, man. But I will say that Conor McGregor he's an idealist. I don't want to say he's delusional. Okay, well, I think I could say that. I think he is delusional. But his delusionality, I think, really was helpful in terms of, let's say, helpful in the fight world, helpful in athletic endeavors. But was it helpful in the world of politics? And I have to question that. But well, anyways, yeah, let's get back more on WrestleMania and Joe Cronin here. Let's hear what he has to say here.
But yeah, it wasn't that great of an opening. I mean, it was for the crowd and for the momentum and for how everybody felt about it. And I was pumped up when the shit first started and the Yeet flags came out, and out comes Uso from the entrance. That was a great entrance, great response. They juiced the crowd just like they wanted. I thought that was brilliant.
Fresh Melon Juice says it's enough for him to use his platform to. I'm assuming you are talking about Conor McGregor running for president. Fresh Melon Juice also says, show what's happening in the community. Show what's happening in the community. Okay.
I booked this to open the show as well. I said I would open the show with Jey Uso for weeks. They did. So, I mean, I'm all in as far as what they did. What else could they do, to be honest? And quite honestly, Jey Uso put on a better performance.
Little Dirk's music. I'm going to be honest with you, right? I'm more into West Coast rap, but I don't mind Dirk's music. And I think him being Muslim, I think sort of gave me a little bit more intrigue to his life story situation that he has going on with the feds and yeah, his music as well. Right, all very interesting stuff. Obviously, very interesting person, but a person that is going through a lot right now. But I do elaborate on that. Come tap into my members section only, guys. It's literally only $1 a month, right? $1 or $2 a month at most. I have two different sections of it. One is Fighter Secret and MMA events, and the other is Islam and MMA. Those are the two components of my member stream. Now, what I talk about with Islam and MMA, Fresh Melon Juice, I think you would be very interested in. I think you would be very fascinated by some of the things that I talk about in that section if you want to join that. That's a little bit more. That's about maybe like $2.99 a month. Very cheap. So we're talking about $1 to $3 for memberships of my community section. And yeah, I think you guys would enjoy it, right? Especially being that I have an audience that has an increasing curiosity with things outside of MMA, right? Like I think most MMA fans would, right? And I think that's why having an MMA page is the best way to express other forms of political conversations that you want to bring about in an MMA platform. Because, yeah. But we don't follow the laws of our religion. Our faith becomes a worthless title. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Toxic gameplays. Yeah, very true.
In this match than he did with his brother last year. So because of that, you know, I'll give him that because it's better than what he did with his brother. And that's probably because Gunther's better than his brother, right, in the ring as a singles competitor. And that's something I would have brought up if I was Michael Cole or Pat McAfee or somebody like that. I would have said, you know, this is about so much that Jey Uso started to climb this hill slowly. But it's also about the fact that, quite honestly, let's be honest, as a tag team competitor with his brother, this guy had it easy. They could win over a lot of people easily. They were the best. As a tag team, Jey Uso...
He says, I remember when Tank would come to the boxing gym in the ATL around 2014 and 17, he would knock everyone out and have people ask about him. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's how you build a reputation out there, right? You know what I mean? You knock some fools out in the gym and, you know, and yeah, you know, obviously in the amateurs as well and into the pros, yeah. He was knocking out dudes who was 6 foot, weighing 160 pounds. Yeah, Tank has that kind of power that can translate in those weight classes. at least in the lower divisions, right? I mean, the higher you go in the pros and and in the weight, I mean, obviously he would have more of a problem at that at that particular stature.
So was in a almost 10 out of 10 tag team, maybe one of the best tag teams of all time. But as a singles competitor, it is a completely different dynamic. And quite honestly, Jay has started from the bottom and he's worked his way all the way to this point, which is the top. But now, can he ascend and take the crown from the top? Because he hasn't before, and he hasn't been able to, and he hasn't been able to win a lot of big singles matches. And this is the biggest one he'll ever have. But is he ready? And just acknowledging the fact that.
So Toxic Gameplays says a lot of fighters here hate him for that in regards to Tank knocking out a lot of people in the ATL gyms. You know what? That reminds me a lot about TJ Dillashaw. TJ Dillashaw sort of had that same trajectory when he was up here in Sacramento, right? When he was here training at Team Alpha Male up here in Sacramento, there were a lot of guys that didn't like TJ, especially guys that were in his weight class. Obviously, all the guys that were in a heavier weight class or guys that were below him or guys that were nowhere near his radar to even fight, to begin with. TJ was very much friendly to everybody else, but if he knew you were in his weight class and he knew that he had to see you on sparring day because you guys had to match up due to the fact that you guys were the same weight, then yeah, he would absolutely demolish you, and he would do it in a very brutal and humiliating fashion if he could.
That as a singles competitor, he's like a 6 or 7 out of 10, success-wise. But as a tag team competitor, he's like a 9 out of 10. So he's at a disadvantage right here, working as a singles competitor. But can he fight through all of that inexperience as a singles competitor?
Elijah Pierce hates him so much, and the WBA welterweight champion Brian Norman hates him as well. Interesting. Okay. Some names that I have, really yet to have heard, but yeah, I mean, maybe somewhere down the line, if they are in the same weight class, maybe they can fight it out, or I don't know if they're even in the same weight class.
Editor to actually beat somebody who's done it that way their entire career in Gunther. And that's what I would have said if I was on commentary. They didn't really bring that up at all. But I thought that was a little thing that they could have added in, and I liked it. Oh shit! Right? Just a lot of 6 and 7 out of 10 matches that were just like, that was nice. I think if you were to force me to watch the
Toxic Gameplay says Brian Norman is a WBA welter champ. Okay, so 147. Tank sparred him before he was a champion, and Brian beat Tank's ass so bad that he lied and photoshopped Brian with a broken nose. Yeah, you know what? I think that's excusable. Look, if Belal Muhammad beat up Islam Makhachev in sparring, does it really matter? I mean, it kind of does, but then again, it doesn't. It doesn't matter because obviously Belal Muhammad is supposed to be the bigger guy. But what if Islam beats up Belal Muhammad in the training room? Would it matter? I believe it would. It would matter probably because, let's be honest, right? Is Islam probably the more prestigious champion than Belal Muhammad? In terms of popularity, yes. Okay, so it would mean a whole lot more. But in reality, it doesn't mean much for their legacy. Angelo is, hey, what's going on, my man? I remember you. You were from the stream where we talked about with Dave Portnoy, the Dave Portnoy stream that I did, I believe, when I was driving around downtown that day. But yeah, shout outs to Angelo from LA, my man from LA right here. Speaking of LA, check this out right here, representing LA, got the little Santa Monica get up right now. So, yup, I subbed. Remember? Yeah, my man, I remember that. Thank you, my man. I think you are now the 730th person that subscribed. Well, at least now I'm up to 730. I don't know what exact number you were in the description line or whatever, or if they even tell you that. But yeah, thanks to you and among few others following that, I am now up to 730. So shout outs to that. And you guys never know, right? If I get up to 1,000 subscribers, which isn't too far away. Perhaps maybe I'll do a freestyle rap or maybe a crip walk for everybody on the shorts. So either way, my man said, nice, awesome. Yeah, I had to go to the bank that day. All right, that's what's up, my man. Um, Toxic Gameplay says Elijah Pierce has a video of him, which is up still, of him outboxing Tank. The day he lit up Tank in minutes. Delete this before I upload the video of me knocking you out. Look, I think it's quite petty when fighters bring up sparring footages. This is something you have to take into account when two fighters are sparring on the day that they're sparring. There's a couple of things to take into account. Suppose I go in a sparring session, it was my second training session, right? What if in my first training session I had a hard lift, right? Where I had nothing but leg day. So now I'm going in there compromised against you who did nothing maybe for the past 2 days, and then you're going in there fresh with no aches or pains from any previous training sessions. Of course you're going to do better than me. Of course you're going to get the best of me. It happens. What happens if you came from a sprint session and then you go in there against a guy who's fresh? How about this? At least this is more prominent in MMA than it is in boxing, because in MMA, we sort of switch up sparring partners every round, right? What if in round one, I took on the best guy in the world, and round two, I took on a guy who's not the best guy in the world, but is big enough to hurt me, and now I'm in there worn out and hurt going into the third round against a guy who had lesser competition in the last 2 rounds. So I think that sparring is like what Allen Iverson said when the media asked him why he kept missing practice. And you know what he said? Dog, it's practice. We talking about practice. We talking about practice. Let me see if I can bring up that audio of Allen Iverson saying that. Practice. We talking about practice, dog. Let's see where did right here.
We talking about practice. Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
So next time somebody brags about beating you in the gym and sparring, this is what you got to say to them.
Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. We talking about practice.
We talking about practice, man. I mean, look, sparring is indicative of a lot of things. Okay, like for example, all right, look, right now I'm not an active fighter, right? I'm not an active fighter. I don't have any fights going on. I don't know if you do or if you compete or still compete or never competed. But if me and you got in the cage right now and we sparred and you got the best of me or I got the best of you, believe me, it's going to either hurt us or it's either going to fuel us in some kind of way. And let me tell you why. Because obviously I told you I'm not an active fighter, right? I don't have any active fights coming up. But if me and you were to spar tomorrow, that is a fight for me. And that is a fight for you. And the same goes how that's a fight for me and a fight for you. It's the same goes as that's a glory for you and and maybe dismay and a hardship for me, right? Something that I'm gonna, man, that guy beat me up at the gym, so now it's gonna linger on me, all week long or something like that, right? Or if you got the best of me, it's gonna be like, oh man, you know what? I beat up, Kyrie, the MMA YouTuber. You know what I mean? Like it really is like that. Because we're not active fighters. At least I'm not. I don't know if you are or what you have going on. But if we're talking about Tank and Elijah, who are active fighters, in my humble opinion, brother, I don't think they have right to brag about practice. And Allen Iverson, what do you think of this, brother Allen Iverson? You tell me what you think of people beating other people in sparring.
Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice, not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man.
We talking about practice, man. A fighter could be in the gym working on something. What if a coach says focus on working on your jab? Could be Jim could be in working on something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Like again, difference of whatever it is that each person goes through. So that's why, man, it's hard for me to take anything out of out of practice. This is why Floyd didn't allow recording of his sparrings. Correct. Because Floyd, would run miles and miles and miles, right? He would train very hard on the calisthenics side as well, right? So only God knows what his condition was before he went to the gym. And, even Mike Tyson himself has admitted that he's been beat up by people in sparring before because of how tired he was. It's just what it is. Look, I'll give you an example. Something that I experienced in wrestling, right? I believe this was in high school. So I wrestled in the same team with this kid named Charles Muller, right? You ask anybody in Union, New Jersey, who Charles Muller was. He was the top 120-pound wrestler. So, okay, he was a 120-pound wrestler at the time. I was a 150, 60-pound wrestler, right around that range. Okay. We got into it in practice. I beat him up. And he's the champion. Bro, let me tell you, I felt like I had beaten Dan Gable that day. I swear to you, that's what it felt like. It felt like I'd beaten what's his name? Gable Stevenson. Another Gable, obviously named after Gable. That's what it felt like. It felt like I beat Gable Stevenson. But you know what? We're talking about practice, dog. We're talking about practice. I did manage to pin him in the sparring roles that we had going on. I managed to pin him. He was a champion. But in the back of my mind, I knew that I couldn't be too happy about this because this is a guy who walked in here, okay, tired. And he, by the way, we were playing King of the Hill. For those of you that have wrestled before and know what a King of the Hill game is, you know exactly how you feel after taking down 6 to 7, 8 guys. And guess what? I was guy number 8. So what are we talking about here?
We talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We talking about practice, man.
Yeah, felt like when Ali beat Foreman, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what it felt like, right? Did they goat your ego after? Did they goat your ego after? What did they goat your ego after? Do you mean that it didn't increase my ego after? Well, I tell you what, right? That's why we're talking about practice, right? I guess practice, you know what they say, practice makes perfect, and sometimes practice makes your ego.
Man, we talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
We talking about practice. Shout out to Allen Iverson on that one. All right, more on the WWE night right here. Did they go after your ego? Yeah, let me know what you meant by that, Toxic.
He said, Joe, you've got to pick 3 matches. I don't know I'm not sure exactly what I would pick because the good matches were sort of just all the same.
Yeah, Toxic. Half of these guys, Toxic says in ATL, upload sparring of them beating up guys who just started. And I would imagine that is a big no-no in the etiquettes of gym membership and boxing gyms, I would assume, right? I mean, in MMA gyms, it's obviously also like that, right? It's kind of frowned upon, unless, of course, you're really working on something and it's something you and your coach are going to look back and say, hey, look, check out this sparring footage. Maybe this is where we could do something different or this and that. Fresh Melon Juice says some dude on Rampage's podcast said Jones got beat up by fighters in practice, but he smashed them in the cage. Yeah, Amagov. I remember who you're talking about. His name was Carlos Condit. He was the one that had mentioned that. I didn't watch the full clip of that, but I believe it was on a shorts that I saw that. Goad your ego means like stroke. Oh, did it stroke? Of course it did. Charles Muller was probably one of the best wrestlers of all time in high school wrestling in New Jersey. And he was my teammate, and I got to roll with this guy every day. And yeah, beating his ass, even though it was practice, of course it boosted my ego. But you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I think a part of him, sort of laid down for me. Because, look, I saw in his eyes, he's like, listen, I don't want to deal with this. This is the 8th guy that I'm wrestling here in this room. I don't need this shit, right? You know what I mean? I don't need any of this. That's what he felt like. So that's the Charles Muller that I beat up, right? I didn't beat up the Charles Muller where I had to go down his weight class, which, by the way, was at 125, okay, or something to that extent, maybe a 121 at the time. And I was like wrestling at like, the 150s all the way up to the 60s. So it's like I don't go down that weight to even entertain that, right? So by the end of the day, I was beating up a guy that was cutting weight, a guy that was wrestling like 6 guys before me, and then me being the 7th and 8th guy. And yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Like Toxic Gameplay says, like, man, I remember this guy, Najee Lopez, knocked out this new boxer who just started, then stepped over his unconscious body. ATL went crazy. So they went crazy because they felt like it was like, how do I say this? What was it, like an immoral issue that they had a problem with? He uploaded it. Toxic Gameplay says, is that what it is? Were they upset? Were people upset that he uploaded a video of knocking out a fighter that just started? Because, if that's the case, man, I could understand, right? Like, it's bad enough that you film sparring footages of you and another high-level guy, but then you as a high-level guy, you're over here knocking out beginners. It just seems like, a very toxic situation. ATL boxing scene is so toxic. They were like, great knockout, man. And others were like, why, man? Yeah, I can see that. So Toxic Gameplays. That's interesting that your name is Toxic and you're from ATL. I wonder if that's the reason why you named your screen name that, because you come from a very toxic place. I tell you what, I'm a West Coast guy now, but growing up in the East Coast, I will say there is a toxic element of that going on there. Like the dude didn't even have any boxing shoes. He wore Sperry's in the ring. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like he wasn't a guy that was necessarily out there to prepare himself to be a boxer to any degree or anything like that. He was just there to, hold hands and kick cans and, sort of try his luck into it. But I'm sure that experience probably really knocked his will down a notch, right? Like, I think that he stopped getting motivated. Najee was fighting in the USA Boxing Nationals that year. Yeah, so obviously this is a guy that is way high level, way too high level, than this guy, and he decided to go and do that. So I don't know, man. Yeah, it's not very nice, not a very nice thing to do, I would imagine. So more on WrestleMania right now.
Kind of good. CM Punk is limping into the back. Oh, he's with Jackie Redmond, guys. CM Punk and Jackie Redmond.
A good time to approach you for a comment, but can I get something from you about what just happened out there at the hands of
one of your lifelong friends and allies?
No.
Toxic Gameplay says, just be careful if you ever train down here. Oh, for sure I will. That's the thing with boxing gyms, right? You never want to go to just any random boxing gym. You could do that with MMA because obviously there's still a culture of toxicity in MMA, but not in the level that it is with boxing. There was this one gym out here in Sacramento called Carnage, right? There was this guy named Jamie Jara. He used to fight in Bellator. And yeah, man, it was just a toxic gym. Everything down there was just like, hey, come in here, get knocked out or learn how to not get knocked out. And that was the way that they learned how to fight. Toxic Gameplay says, when my last boxing coach had Douglas Lima and Rafael Asuncao in a gym, he had a no phone policy when they sparred us boxers. Of course, man, because how bad would it look if you got an MMA fighter that comes in there and spanks everybody, right? It just in boxing rules alone. And it's not like that doesn't happen, because guess what? MMA guys are trained to punch as well. So if we're going to go in a boxing ring, we're going to go punch for punch, and we're going to see who has the better punch. So yeah, man, that is a possibility. I mean, look at what Paulie Malignaggi, what happened to him against Conor McGregor in a sparring match, man. He got spanked. And then the Artem fight in the bare knuckle BKFC fight, then we started to realize, wow, you know what? It wasn't Cap at all. Yeah, Paulie and Conor was diabolical. For real, it was. He brought him in there to spar only to beat his ass because he was talking a gang of smack, right? But again, what happened? Even though Conor got a win in the sparring room over Paulie Malignaggi, it was Conor who lost to Floyd Mayweather in the ring. So just keep that in mind.
Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. We're talking about practice. Not a game. We're talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game.
Paulie is still a 2-time world champion, correct? Despite having no speed and power. Dude had a high IQ. Yeah, I think at the end of his career, he had some hand problems, which I think caused him a lot of issues in being able to punch or knock somebody out. So, yeah, that is something to take into consideration there. Let's see here. What else? Okay, more on wrestling. Yeah, he's from Jersey too, right? New York. Paulie Malignaggi is a New York guy. But yeah, same region. We're pretty much the same region. That's why they call it the tri-state. We're all the same culture, but we're 3 different states, meaning New Jersey, and Connecticut. Connecticut is usually for the rich upper class Anglo-Saxons that live in that part of the world. I'm saying that because he had that Jersey Shore hairstyle back in the days. Yes, it's a Jersey Shore style, but it's really encompassing New York, Long Island, the East Coast in general, right? So the tri-state trifecta and what have you.
Wow. Punk is just staring at her. Wow. He just stared at her like crazy. Now he's just walking away from her. That is what CM Punk would do, so I'm glad he did that.
All right, well, we're not gonna.
CM Punk stared at Jackie Redmond and then walked away. Hey, he stared at Jackie Redmond like she stole his WrestleMania tickets like Bullfrog, so that's understandable.
Toxic Gameplay says, damn, Connecticut dudes act so hard though, man. My man got the T. My man got the T. What you mean by that? Yeah, dude, that's the thing with Connecticut dudes is, there's a lot of Latin kings out there, a lot of Bloods as well, right? Obviously the East Coast is more like, there's a lot of Bloods in the East Coast, which is crazy, right? But that's a whole nother topic and a whole nother story to talk about. Usually what they do with the Bloods in the East Coast is that they take up a lot of West Coast ideological gang terminologies that, believe it or not, come from West Coast Crips. So, for example, you got the 8 Trey Bloods in New York, right? That gang that Tekashi 6ix9ine was affiliated with. What a lot of people don't know is that 8 Trey is a Crip gang that originated in California. By the way, in the same neighborhood close to Tukey Williams. So when you're talking about Avalon or when you're talking about 8 Trey Gangster Crips or this and that, those guys are, yeah, pretty much the originators of the Crip system as we know it. And obviously in the East Coast, they adopted that with the blood sets, but it was actually from a book by the Crip named Monster Cody. So Toxic Gameplay says here, so many bloods on the East Coast, same in ATL. Now that's crazy. I didn't know there were a lot of bloods in ATL. I know there were a lot of Rolling 60s Crips in ATL, and I think Brick Baby may have had something to do with that, because obviously Brick Baby from No Jumper is a Rolling 60s affiliate from the actual Rolling 60s neighborhood. And then when he went to college out there, he may have, or allegedly, whatever, right? You know what I mean? May have recruited a few guys here and there. So many bloods on the East Coast, same in ATL. Bro, that's crazy. I didn't know y'all were so many bloods. Yeah, there's more bloods in the East Coast than there is out here in the West Coast. I think the bloods out here in the West Coast are a minority, and it's more majority Crips, right? Like, okay, take for example, Stockton. One of the first cities that I had lived at when I moved to California. There's a lot of Crips in that area. Long Beach, down in LA, a lot of Crips. LA altogether, mostly Crips. Of course, there's a lot of bloods out there, but it's mostly Crips. In the East Coast, it's Crip minority and blood majority, right? So we have we have every gang here. Bloods, Crips, but neighborhood was a gangster disciple. So yeah, that's the thing about the South, right? What I find really interesting is that it is really a different dynamic, because look, they do have bloods, Crips, but then they also have the other Midwest gangs like the Disciples, Vice Lords, Latin Kings, all of that. Well, I don't know about Latin Kings, because then, you know, they would require to have a significant Latino population, but I would imagine maybe MS-13 is the dominant Hispanic group in that. In Cali, I think it's 1 blood for every 4 Crips. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. I think there's a lot more Crips in California than there are bloods. But you also got to understand this, right? I don't know how it is in other states. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's the same, or maybe it's somewhere in between. But here, a Crip or a blood doesn't wake up saying, you know what, I'm going to go hate or hurt a blood or a Crip for the sake of the fact that they're from the opposite side or opposite color. In fact, there are Crips and bloods that are affiliated with each other, and then there are bloods that hate on other bloods, and then there are Crips that hate on other Crips. It really is dependent upon the different types of relationships that you have with these people. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, we have Latin Kings here. My school was 50% black and 50% Mexican. North ATL has a lot of Mexicans. So here's the thing, right? The Latin Kings are not necessarily a Mexican organization, although they're not opposed to bringing in Mexicans. I would say that the majority of the people that they've had, obviously from an East Coast perspective, were mostly Puerto Ricans, maybe Dominicans, Cubans. 18th Street Gang is the biggest here. Okay, so 18th Street, that is West Coast derivative. So that is a Mexican gang. So Latin King. So again, the South literally has everything. Every gang that is in the United States is in the South. And that's the way that I understand it. Because out here in the West Coast, it is only Bloods, Crips, SAs, Norteños, and Asians and Samoans, and that's it. Right? And then there's Armenians too, and maybe a sprinkle of some biker gangs and white supremacist gangs and everything else in between, right? That's all that we have in Cali. But then in the South, you got all of that, plus white supremacist gangs, which obviously is more geared towards, what do you call it? What do you call that? The KKK. Because, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, we even have Asian gangster Crips here, too. So that doesn't surprise me as well. You know, doesn't surprise me as well. So I mean, yeah, they have everybody in the South. So pretty much the South is the true gang haven of the world, right? I mean, we often say that California is, but I just think that California is the gang capital of the world when it comes to making it look good to a certain degree, right? But other than that, yeah, I think that's really all there is to it. So, all right. Speaking of which, let's finish off with WrestleMania stuff. Let's see what we can get off here, and we'll.
Jackie Redmond is unbelievably hot. That's crazy. She somebody said that that's the hottest woman in the world. Wow. Okay, why don't you go marry her then? That's crazy. Triple H kissed Shawn Michaels last night. Yeah, I saw that. You know, we were looking. I was freeze framing it. I was slowing it down so I could look at it and play with myself a little bit. Yeah, for sure. I did. I saw that. It was amazing. I had a great time with Triple H kissing Shawn Michaels. No doubt about it.
Toxic Gameplay says, bro, this stream needs to be bigger. Well, inshallah, man, I hope that you can help me do that by spreading the word, letting everybody know. Every time I'm in a live chat, let everyone know, or even after a live chat, let everyone see the live chat and see the type of content that we display here. So tonight, WrestleMania 41, night 1 has concluded. The night started off with Jey Uso beating Gunter by submission, rear naked choke. That match lasted for 16 minutes. New Day defeats the War Raiders for the tag team championships. That match lasted 9 minutes, 15 seconds. Jade Cargill defeats Naomi by pinfall in a singles match, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Jacob Fatu. How about this? I didn't know that, man. You got to understand, right? I don't watch wrestling on a normal basis. Obviously, I heard that he was from Sacramento. I went crazy. I was like, wow, okay, so we got ourselves a Sac versus LA match against LA Knight, right? LA Knight came out with a Maserati, had somebody come in here driving him into the arena. The match ended in 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Toxic Gameplay says here, the Divas in the WWE look so much better now than they did. Okay. And then El Grande Americano defeats Rey Fenix by pinfall, singles match, 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Tiffany Stratton in the co-main event, 19 minutes and 10 seconds, defeats Charlotte Flair fair and square. And then the main event of the evening, Seth Rollins defeats Roman Reigns and CM Punk by pinfall. That was a 32-minute matchup, right? 32 minutes that match went. Anything is better than Vicky Guerrero. Oh, yeah, you know what? I remember the Vicky Guerrero days. Those were the days where I actually did really lock into wrestling every week because, you know what? Back then, there wasn't much MMA that there was now. So obviously, I had time to watch both, right? Well, now you don't really have time to watch both. Responsibilities outside of that, then it makes that even harder. But nonetheless, I just focus on MMA now. I have a channel to do that, and that's what it is. In another world, you were what? Okay, I think you were a wrestler. In another world, you were a wrestler. Got it. Okay. In another world, you were a wrestler. I didn't see the wrestler part there. Okay. So yeah, man. Well, a hardcore wrestling fan. And another time, I was a hardcore wrestling fan. But yeah, I do remember the Vicky Guerrero days. That was when Chavo was there. That was when I believe she had that thing going on with Dolph Ziggler. But yeah, speaking of Dolph Ziggler, he's not there now. It's just a thing, right? The WWE has so much different types of stars that you can't fit them all in a single show. It's just impossible to do so, right? Obviously every year different people make the cut. Edge was my guy. I believe he was featured last year in WrestleMania, right? The Hardy brothers. Where are they now? Are they in the AEW, I believe? So tomorrow, night 2, I'm going to be here for night 2 as well. And I don't know if I'll do, a post-fight reaction like this for night 1. or just, do it on the whole single live stream later on tomorrow. But on any regard, tomorrow is night 2. We will be here for that. Io Sky versus Bianca Belair, and then Ripley for the women's championship. Braun Breaker, Penta, Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio. Fatal 4-way for the Intercontinental Championship. So there's an Intercontinental Championship match tomorrow. And then AJ Styles and Logan Paul. So I can't believe Logan Paul, he's not in the title picture. So I guess he must have been knocked off for his United States Championship belt. Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre in a street fight. Sin City, Las Vegas street fight. Now, I don't know what kind of storyline they had going on, but for them to accumulate it into a street fight, these guys must have had an insane backstory to get here. Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Lyra, Valkyra, Tag Team Championship, and then Randy Orton to be announced in a singles match because it was supposed to be Kevin Owens, but he got injured. And then Cody Rhodes and John Cena for the undisputed WWE Singles Championship. And that is all tomorrow. So what did the comments here say? And some guys like the Boogeyman just disappeared. Yeah, I remember the Boogeyman. He was quite an interesting character. And you know what? Any of these guys, they could bring any of these guys right now, the whole crowd would pop, right? Let's say you brought in Dolph Ziggler tonight. The whole crowd would pop. You bring in Rusev, who, by the way, is going to show up in Monday Night Raw, according to some leaks that I've been watching this week. So this week, I've been really immersed in pro wrestling, right? Been watching a lot more, just looking at all the different stuff that they've had going on, different programmings, right? Because, it was just one of those weeks that got you interested in wrestling, and there wasn't much MMA going on. So it kind of gave you an opportunity to do that. He said he still can't believe he used to eat real worms. Oh yeah, the Boogeyman, he used to do that, was his thing, right? So yeah, if he came out, the whole crowd would have popped. Let's say Cain, if Cain decided to come out, he would have popped. Obviously, Undertaker is no longer part of the WWE. If he came out, yeah, they would have all popped as well. But nonetheless, it was an okay night, right? It was an okay night. Obviously, the way that Triple H mentioned a lot of these fights not being as exciting or as suspenseful as they should is Triple H is saying, you know what we're trying to do is maintain a storyline all year round and not one size fits all, or one of these situations where we just basically give up the whole entree with just one sitting type of deal. But on any regard, let's see what we can do here. Okay, I think we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. I'm going to take a little intermission right now. We're going to keep the stream going, and then we'll see how we can go from here on another bonus stream. How do you balance working out with your regular adult responsibilities? Okay, so that's a great question, Toxic Gameplays. How do you balance that out? Look, here's the thing, right? A lot of people that want to get into working out right now, it's going to be a lot harder for them. But let me tell you why it's not hard for me, okay? When I go work out, whether it's at a martial arts gym or whether it's at a fitness gym, my bag is full. I'll tell you right now, it's full because I bring different types of clothes because I got to go swim on top of that. Not only do I got to go swim, I got to bring an extra set of clothes, bring an extra set of, like commodities, like cleaning yourself or shampoo or this and that. There's a lot that you have to bring to the gym. And then not to mention a whole lot of water because you're not wanting to drink no tap water or anything like that. So you do a lot to bring yourself to the gym. So asking about balancing, I think that for people that never had a lifestyle of working out or training in sports or anything like that, I think they're going to have a very, very difficult time transitioning into a world where they have to, sort of immerse themselves into, training. training all the time or trying to create a schedule to do that, it becomes very difficult because you're not used to doing it, right? So if you're not used to doing it, then you're shocking your body. So what I'm saying is, first get used to learning how to add those workout into your responsibilities, depending on where it is. So for example, if let's say you're coming home from work and you're saying, oh well, I'm tired, this and that, you can't say that you're tired. You have to go out there and you have to go work out, right? You have to make it a habit. But for people that are starting out, it's a very difficult habit to start. But you have to start somewhere. Okay, and that is my advice to that, because I can't give advice to somebody whose life I don't know personally. And better yet, for somebody's life who I don't know their daily habits or their daily routines and things of that nature, it's going to be very difficult for me uh, to give advice to people like that, right? But what I will say is the best way to answer your question is start building habits and then start building a schedule within those habits. Uh, this Big U video is calling my name. Bro, you dropped a Big U video? I did, yeah. I did drop a Big U video. It's on one of my live streams that I did. You are welcome to check it out after this one, or you can watch both. But I think you will enjoy it as well as much as you enjoy this video as well. I did a Big View video 3 days ago, I believe. Dubs, one of the famous YouTubers, came and dropped in on my channel and said what's up. So yeah, please go on and check that out if you will. For sure, great conversation, my man. Yeah, stay tuned because we got a bonus content coming up right now. But for now, what we got going on right now, I'm going to have a little bit of an intermission, and then I will be back for a bonus stream. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because I'm not going to cut off the stream yet. I'm just going to hold on just a second here. Get a little music going, and then yeah, just do a little intermission for show. Catch you. Then yeah, I'm still gonna be here, my man. I'm just going to have a little bit of an intermission. Yeah, I'll see you in like probably less than 2 minutes or so.
Donate plasma. Amazing. Existence in the world, one of the words that you speak. If I ever rule the earth, there are things I would teach. Live a life to the fullest for the strongest, not the weak. Gotta watch what you say and the things that you speak. Existence in the world, for the words that you speak. If I ever rule the earth, there are things I would teach. Live a life to the fullest for the strongest, not the weak. Cause I'm a fly,
With a sauna, you can manage.
All right, so back for a little bonus stream. A couple of housekeeping notes here. What are some new videos I want to lead you guys to? Ooh, excuse me. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, okay. So for the new video that I have, how about this? Conor McGregor versus Paddy Pimblett, right? There's some beef going on. Dave Portnoy waves the Israeli flag. That's a new video that I have. Go check that out. Go check that out. It's on this section right here. Look, right here. That's the video I want you guys to check out. Conor McGregor versus Paddy came out a couple of hours ago. Run up the views on that one. Help me out on that one. And among other videos that I have out there. So what are some interesting topics that we can, what are some interesting topics that we can talk about here? What? Oops, looks like the light had gone out on me right there. Okay, no big deal. We got some decent lighting here anyway. So, okay, so, oops. Hold on a second. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, let's not delve into that. Okay, so what are some interesting topics that we can talk about after WrestleMania tonight, right? Like I said earlier, right? It was lackluster. It didn't seem like the best WrestleMania there was, but it goes back to what Triple H has said, right? Wrestling storylines are all year round. It's not a going out of sale business. So when you think of an out of sale business in combat sports, what comes to mind? Well, it's boxing. Boxing is literally the term for going out of business sale. And Dana White, who, by the way, was the honorable guest tonight in the UFC, was very much big on that particular subject matter at hand when it came to, let's say, going out of sale business. Whenever he talks about boxing, he would often cite and say, this is an going out of business sale or this and that, right? It's just, going out of business sale and whatnot, or whatever, however he wants to put it, right? Is it a going out of sale? Is it a going out of business sale, right? Boxing. Is that really what we are dealing with here, right? Is it really a going out of business sale? And if so, who are some examples of that in boxing? Okay, well, I can name a few people that are like that in boxing. How about Eddie Hearn, right? Is Eddie Hearn like that? Would you consider Eddie Hearn as somebody that does going out of sale business sales? Well, let's analyze that, right? Let's analyze that. For one, Dana White thinks about what's going to happen tomorrow for the UFC. Eddie Hearn, like most boxing promoters, they think about, how are we going to get our fighter to go over the line? And what exactly do they mean by when they say we're going to go over the line? Well, it's really as simple as this. When they say that we're going to go over the line, meaning that we're going to get the most amount of money for the most amount of clout that we can provide. Okay? So in other words, what exactly is it that they do? Well, you have somebody like Gennady Golovkin fighting Kell Brooks under the leadership of Eddie Hearn, under the approval of Eddie Hearn. Even though this matchup in and of itself is extremely problematic to the long-term career of Kell Brook, it damn near blinded Kell Brook. You guys remember that? Do you remember how bad it was for Kell Brooks? He nearly went blind, with this particular matter. Hold on a second here. All right, here we go. Had to turn the light on for that one. Okay, so yeah, Kell Brook nearly went blind, with that matchup. Nearly went blind, due to the fact that he was taking that fight. Now, another one that is sort of a going out of business sale is something like Conor Benn taking on Chris Eubank. Now, look, a lot of people are looking at this matchup and they're thinking that maybe this matchup is even. Well, why do they think that? The reason why they think this matchup is even is due to the fact that Kell Brook, I'm sorry, not Kell Brook. Let's get off that. Chris Eubank and Conor Benn's dad had fought each other previously. So they think that this fight is somehow a 50-50 fight because at some point it was a 50-50 fight. But I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that because they are their own people. Look, in reality, Chris Eubank and Conor Benn, they're not an equal matchup. At least not with the type of level that Chris Eubank has gone out there and fought. So this is a very uneven matchup. What's the culprit here? Eddie Hearn is the promoter of Conor Benn. And he is trying to do a going out of business sale by putting him out there. Right? Whereas with the UFC, they think about long-term. So again, when I'm bringing this up, how does this relate to the WWE and what they did tonight in WrestleMania? Well, I told you they're not all about going out of business sales at all. They're not going to give you a happy ending storyline where everything just ends here tonight in WrestleMania. No, they have Monday Night Raw. They got Backlash. They have SummerSlam. And by the way, they had Cardi B earlier tonight promoting SummerSlam coming up. And even Michael Cole said on the microphone, hey, you know what? It's not that time yet. It's still WrestleMania season, but obviously we're here to promote SummerSlam that's coming up. So they're always coming up with the next new thing, the next best thing, the next situation to put themselves into. Whereas with everybody else and everybody else in combat sports, this is what they do. They do a going out of business sale rather than creating a business that is sustainable for a long period of time. That is what you have going on. So just something to think about. But WrestleMania was all right. It was all right. It was okay simply because what they are trying to do is bring you to the next event, right? So when a lot of people are complaining about fighter pay with the UFC and things of this nature, right? I get it. I understand why you would complain about, these particular matters at hand. I get it. At the same time, the UFC has to take all that money and invest it into the next event that they have going on. That's what you get with the UFC. And that's the reality of the situation with this particular sport. So, yeah, man, that's the reality of this situation. It's not a going out of business sale. It is a maintenance of, you know what? We have this going on and we got this going on. This is what I need to do next. That is it. That is what you have with the UFC, but that's not what you have with boxing, and that's what you have with the WWE, and that's not what you have with other wrestling organizations, and that's why the WWE is number one at what they do. So yeah, that is the reason why we have what we have going on. So look, I think that's all that we really have for night one. Obviously, night two for WrestleMania continues. Let us like and subscribe. Don't forget to tap in, like, share, tell a friend to tell a friend. And guys, I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch John Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. John is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for John Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than John Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind John Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting John Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen John Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, John had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril gone. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in his basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did John Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Cus D'Amato thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time? Right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the number one threat to John Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blades fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blades fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blades fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. We'll top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blades. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the Team Gabun's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and I decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had one pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. And it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself. And this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay. He decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on. And that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming. And that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a plan B. There is only plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall. And I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in full contact contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay. But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay. So imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Espinal ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This was right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches, and I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff, and it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete, and then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this. Because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So, you know what? That's what it is. Okay, so as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay, so again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on. Aspinall is proud as Punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as Punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story, another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment. At the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream, winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added, I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it, but to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, a journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys that are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on, so on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay? Most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first-round knockout against Camille, and then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury, and then another TKO, and then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich, and the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues, but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record, okay? Right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him. So he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise of becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is a grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time, I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship, and he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino. But he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what? A lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a Contender Series. He had lost, I believe. I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a Contender Series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with, but obviously he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that, his dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's an important, that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth. They're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco and the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia, literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay, and that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier, it's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber, or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner center. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, yeah, having, yeah, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because, again, this doesn't apply to everybody. But nonetheless, the important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy. You can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation, because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially what it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point, okay? So here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat have me bad. I'm my opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you're training for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus. You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, do you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Apollo. T hasn't done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead, but respect to pound for pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what Tatum does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in his show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Danielle Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
and I got let down big time yesterday. That was ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look. Can you imagine this? Right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look. I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is just so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T. Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T. Tazim. I told this person, look, T. Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a memory of tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T. Tazim, because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step in the fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have searched for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere, that's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. But even when I said I'd meet the train station, because train station, you have to take it to train station, you have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay. And I asked him, can you collect from the train station? No. So I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But but I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there. But I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person he had people in his car, and I said, I'll meet in the train station and pick me up from the train station in Birmingham. But no, he said, no. Then they said, get a taxi from the train station. That's too much. And you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel. So I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. And then T Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But T is a good brother. May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry for what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
What do you say? So talent, as boxers, your coach traveling, he takes care of that. Like, to travel to far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The price, not everybody could afford it. Last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, amateur boxers, elite amateurs, in boxing, they have to travel. They have to travel to different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had it off T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground. Whoever I faced, I ain't asked T this. T Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. T Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shai Milfield, he's a good brother. Shai's a real person. He took me. I put him in his case. You know what Shai did? Let me tell you what Shai Milfield did. When I asked Shai, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shai Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shai. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift. He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked Carter to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Santino Peterborough knew, because he knows it's going to be bestie for me. It's going to be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is going to be bestie for them. He knew that. So, because T Tazzy got me an opponent from Bradford. So this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached the fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned T Tazzy respect. T knows this. I never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. T, listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. T Tazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position. Like somebody you trust let you down last minute, and you begged him to bring you, begged him, and he said no. So put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did promise to help him out, that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, it's just a whole crab in the bucket mentality. Well, anyways, guys, that is all that I have for you in this one. If you want to check out the rest of that, check out Daniel Hamid on Facebook. It is DanyalHamid, like Prince Hamid, or I think he spells it with an E, but Daniel here spells it with an I. So Hamid as in Hamid. It is on Facebook. Go check out that video if you want to see the rest of it. Point being and point blank, you can't have a plan B, and you need resources in this game when it comes to funding your future and your goals and aspirations as a high level and championship level mixed martial artist or boxer. So for now, that is all that I have. This was an epic content to make and a very exciting project as well. By the way, only took me an hour to do it. Nonetheless, here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Watch all of my videos. Watch from top to bottom. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And I will see you on the next content, inshallah. Street or prison organization. Perhaps maybe justice will be served on that note. But here's the crazy thing about this. What if that perpetrator who violated the kid of Cain Velasquez ends up going free because of insufficient evidence? All right. And with that, do not forget to like and subscribe, and also watch until the end for some shocking details. Before we talk about one of the greatest heavyweights to have ever set foot in the octagon, let's talk about a video that I want to redirect you guys to later on, right after this one. It is my Tom Aspinall and John Jones video where I talk about how this fight is coming a lot closer than what we would have expected. For a long time, I would have thought that maybe John Jones was going to duck, being that Tom Aspinall is such a dangerous fighter, a very dangerous stylistic matchup, but it seems that this is coming to fruition. So stay tuned for that one. And also, let's get back to the Cain Velasquez video right now. Believe it or not, some of the most dangerous people on earth that I'm afraid of personally are the ones that don't necessarily have mixed martial arts skills or any type of fighting skills at all. In fact, this is the reason why Cain Velasquez did exactly what he did, because he wanted to extract revenge in the worst way possible. And quite frankly, can you blame him? But the other the other nuances of this particular incident is the fact that Cain Velasquez did endanger innocent people around him. Now, I know that's not a very popular take to have, but we have to give the news as according to how the law is going to see fit in terms of their sentencing, in terms of why Cain is facing exactly what he's facing right now. Now, look, what a lot of people don't understand about this whole entire incident is that Cain Velasquez really tried to go with the, how do I say this? The procedures of the law. And how I know this is because the man who was accused of this particular matter was taken into custody only to be released later on. Now, you got to ask yourself, what does that send as a message to society? That you can commit a heinous crime like this, right? And I don't even want to mention it, obviously, for monetization purposes, right? But we know what happened. We know what happened to Cain Velasquez's kids, and we now know what is the result of it. Well, the problem with this particular incident is that, yes, he did hit innocent people along the process. Look, the person that he was targeting during a car chase was somebody that was a relative of the perpetrator. Now, does that make it right? No. But can we understand where Cain Velasquez is coming from? 100%. Yeah, we can absolutely understand where Cain Velasquez is coming from with this particular incident. But we have to talk about the nuances of this situation. Many people are just going to look for virtue signaling points and say, well, how can you say anything less other than free Cain? I understand that. But as a content creator, as somebody who is in the forefront of MMA news and things of that nature, you have to give an objective take. But don't get it twisted, because I would have done the same thing that Cain Velasquez would have done. Although I will say, why is it that a man who is so highly dangerous with his hands, a guy who beat up Brock Lesnar, okay, let's put that in context, okay? Let me tell you something. Brock Lesnar was one of my heroes growing up. And when he fought Cain Velasquez, man, let me tell you, I was very excited for that fight because Cain Velasquez is a Northern California guy. Brock Lesnar was a guy that that, you know, I looked up to for a long time. Even in the days of my middle school wrestling, all the way throughout high school, I've known about Brock Lesnar. And by the way, shout outs to the NCAA wrestling tournament that just passed right now. Probably one of the best NCAA tournaments of all time. Cain Velasquez was also a part of that entire tournament. Obviously not as big as the way that it is now with the likes of Gable Stevenson being all up in the mix. But that's neither here or there. When he beat Brock Lesnar, I was like, wow, you know what? This is the start of Cain Velasquez's superstardom. Afterwards, he went on to George Lopez's show, you know, talking about his win, talking about his victory, but also sort of taking a dig at Cain Velasquez. I'm sorry, Cain Velasquez taking a dig at Brock Lesnar for some of the racial, undertones that he was sort of displaying all throughout the fight, saying that he was going to eat a burrito and have a Corona right after the fight or this and that, only for Cain Velasquez, wittingly enough, going into George Lopez's show eating a peanut butter sandwich with milk, which I don't know what is that supposed to symbolize. I mean, is that supposed to somehow make fun of the gringos in some kind of way? But either way, Cain Velasquez became a superstar from then on. And then afterwards, like most athletes, like most wrestlers, okay, the injuries started piling up. Obviously, we've seen the end of his career during the Francis Ngannou fight, and then he just went downhill from there. He went on and retired with no shame to his game whatsoever, right? But then, obviously, his kid, he had to go send him to daycare, this and that. He was being violated, and well, you know what? Like most fathers would, he did exactly what any of us would have done, but unfortunately, he got caught, and the judge, by the way, it switched. Okay, this is what I know so far. The judges switched up. Okay, so in other words, the original judge was supposed to give him a much heftier sentence. Okay, they were going to throw the book at him. They were going to bury him. But now he served about 1,000 days, some odd, in prison. They're going to account that. So now they're sentencing him to 5 years, accounted from all the other prison time that he's already done. And, well, we're talking about maybe 1 year and a half. So maybe somewhere in the middle of 2026 or just right at the end of 2026, he may be released. And that's about it. But I will say, prison-wise, what's going to happen now with Cain Velasquez being in prison? Okay, so he's going to be in a protective custody based on the fact that he is a high-profile figure. Now, Cain Velasquez is not a gang member. He's not a person that owes any particular street or prison organization their time or their service or anything of that nature, right? He is a civilian. He is a high-profile athlete. Even rappers who have gang affiliations that go into prison, what happens to them? They don't really go into main lines most of the time. I mean, they can request it, but oftentimes get denied based on their high-profile portfolio. So they have to put them in protective custody, and Cain is not going to be any different. However, I will say that he is going to have the support of many people there. Obviously, if you guys know anything about California prisons, there's a racial element that comes into that. The blacks hang out with the blacks, the whites hang out with the whites, and the Mexicans hang out with the Mexicans. And then there's the other, for whatever that means in your own interpretation and to anybody's interpretation of that part of the world. But either way, he's going to be respected in there, not only with all of the gangs and all of the prison politics that are involved in it, but also with the CEOs as well. Not CEOs, COs, sorry. But yeah, he's not going to have any problems in there because let me tell you something. If there's one thing that's going to collaborate police and criminals together, it is going after child molesters, right? That's just really what it is. Now, Cain is no different than that. He's obviously a hero in the sports world, in the MMA world, and they're going to treat him as such. But at the same time, they're also going to treat him as a person that has these special circumstances based on the situation that followed him. Look, so I'm very sad by this whole thing, but honestly, this was the best case scenario for Cain Velasquez. Why is that? Because obviously they were planning on throwing 20 years on him. Now, what had happened if, let's say, he went and fired these shots and killed somebody in the process? Well, unfortunately, what would have happened was that he would have gotten 30 years to life, okay? And that would have been the worst case scenario. And by the way, the previous judge was planning on doing exactly that. Not exactly the best choice, not exactly the more favorable choice by the majority of the population that is obviously behind Cain Velasquez right now. But shout outs to Khabib, shout outs to AKA, shout outs to everybody that helped along the way to give Cain Velasquez the best case possible, and even the judge. Now, you're probably wondering, well, why should we thank the judge? Because he's obviously getting some prison time, and the best case scenario would have not been given any prison time at all. Well, they still have to do their job. They still have to act in accordance to their social contract, just like any gang member, just like any law enforcement, just like any military personnel. They have to act within a social contract of what is in front of them and the rules that they live by. And obviously, if you are endangering society in any kind of way, this is the course of action that they have to take. It is unfortunate. I don't agree with it because obviously I have a different idea of what social contract should be followed, but that's not the world that we live in. But all I can say is I hope that because Donald Trump is the president right now, and he is the UFC president, right? Basically a president who loves the UFC and loves its athletes and things of that nature. I hope he can intervene and create some kind of a pardon to free Cain Velasquez, because that right there is also the best case scenario. I don't think personally Cain Velasquez should have done any prison time whatsoever, but this is the reality of the justice system that we have in the West. And unfortunately, we really turn a blind eye to pedos and nunces, as they say in the UK, right? We really turn a blind eye to these situations. I don't think that we should. And I think that we really should pay attention to these particular things and also take action. Now, look, take a look at the Kendrick Lamar and the Drake situation, right? Kendrick Lamar just does a diss track insinuating certain type of behavior of Drake, and we just sweep it under the rug. It's on to the next week. Okay, he says it in a Super Bowl in front of everybody in the world. Nothing is being done about it. No investigations, no follow-up or anything like that. We just move on to the next thing. And that is the unfortunate thing. Now, the fortunate thing for this situation is that the accuser of this heinous crime, the one that violated Cain Velasquez's kid, has a trial coming up. So perhaps maybe justice will be served on that note. But here's the crazy thing about this. What if that perpetrator who violated the kid of Cain Velasquez ends up going free because of insufficient evidence? Now, that's the scariest part of all, but not the best case scenario. However, for Cain Velasquez, this was the best case scenario, and that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Main needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all
at least with a minority of. All right. So we're gonna start it off in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so here we go. I was a little bit reluctant into doing this particular content, right? Because there's a lot of controversies and stigma in terms of the people that, let's say, live the underground type of world, right? The underworld and what have you. There's a stigma, at least with a minority of people, where you just can't talk about anything. And once again, here's something that I may have to re-educate you on what is considered quote-unquote snitching. It is when you cooperate with a government force, whether that would be the police or federal agents, to give information on a way to indict somebody as a result of that information that you are giving to whatever agency that you are dealing with. That is snitching. Giving news is not snitching, because in order to give news, you have to get information that is already confirmed, past due, and in past tense, and most of the times within reasons of, let's say, not facing double jeopardy if you were to talk about a crime that you had already done in the past and have been convicted for, and as a result have faced jail time for. Okay, so once again, please understand there is a difference. So giving out news about Conor McGregor being a potential member of the Irish cartel should not be a shock to anybody. And why do I say that? Because you look at who Conor McGregor's sister is married to. And I'm not going to mention any names because that's just really the extent of the homework you have to do in terms of looking at who Conor McGregor's sister is and who she's married to. And you're going to find an information that is known around the world just within the tip of your fingers in looking through Google of who these people are and who they're affiliated with. So once again, you're not sharing anything that is brand new. Okay, so please understand that. You're not sharing anything brand new to the world. Conor McGregor's sister is married to an Irish assassin of the Irish cartel that is affiliated with Daniel Kinihan. And that right there is just real public information that is out there that you can look up. Now, is it plausible to say that Conor may have bought his position into the Irish cartel? Yeah, why not? Here's something you got to understand about people like Conor McGregor, people like Chris Brown, and a lot of these rappers that you see around you. They all want to be dangerous. And by the way, who doesn't? In terms of being dangerous in having protection, in terms of knowing how to defend yourself with a firearm or unarmed situations. So, hold on. Let me just make sure that I'll... Okay. All right. So I just wanted to make sure that we have a different mic setting right now. So I wanted to get out of the headphones. Okay, so what I was saying earlier was that all men want to be dangerous in different degrees, okay? For example, most people who are in the rap world, a lot of them will do what you call an LA check-in, right? What exactly does that mean? It means that they go in and check in with a gang. Now, is it because that these gangs particularly run Los Angeles to the 10th degree of, let's say, being a TSA agent or the ones that are doing border checkings or things of that nature. No, that's not what they do. What most gang members do is serve an order of protection. Okay, and that's why when a lot of these rappers, they come here from out of town, not from LA or not from California, that is why they quote unquote check in, so that if they get pressed on by other troubled individuals in this particular part of the world, guess what? They have backup against other troubled individuals that may be rivals to those. So everybody wants to look dangerous. That is the bottom line that I'm trying to say. And once again, you got to understand that I'm only speaking in terms of entertainment. Do I really know for sure that Conor McGregor is an Irish cartel member or a leader? Okay, I'm going to tell you, a lot of that is not impossible. But then you would think, why would a guy who's worth 100 million, maybe even close to $1 billion, want anything to do with the likes of Daniel Kinihan or the likes of any of the Irish mobsters that are known on the FBI's most wanted list? Well, I got to tell you this, right? Okay, there's a lot of information that I'd like to say that I'm just going to withhold, right? In terms of how certain people operate when it comes to, let's say, hiding money or laundering money and what have you, right? So a lot of these things are not out of the realm of possibility. But at the same time, I'd rather not speculate, but rather talk about what is reality. And here's some of the realities that you can try to understand. Conor McGregor's sister is married to a Daniel Kinihan member. So that's really important to understand. Now, why is that significant to know? Because it ties in to what is going on with the potential reason as to why his fight got canceled. Let's speculate. Is it an injury? There's a great possibility that Conor McGregor's injury is a real thing, but is it enough for him to really pull out of a fight? Maybe. But you also got to understand that there was this woman that was planning on suing Conor McGregor because she got thrown out of a yacht in Spain. Another Irish woman, by the way, an Irish woman that Conor went to high school with, and she decided that she wanted to drop the charges after she got home invaded. Now, you put all those pieces together and you think, man, you know what? That's a dangerous dude. I would not want to mess with him. Obviously, it's one thing to be dangerous and knowing how to fight, but then there's a different level of danger where you got dudes that have guns that can ride for you and that can do things for you with a drop of a couple of bands of thousands of dollars in your pocket. Hey, go run up on this and do this and that and make my problems go away. That's not impossible. It's not impossible to do that. However, you also got to understand a lot of what I'm saying right now is just pure speculation, and we may never know. And for all you know, I may never put this out on a public stream again, because a lot of the situations that we are talking about right now is just extremely controversial in terms of Conor McGregor and his possible ties. And how about this? How about Daniel Kinihan? Where has he been? Anybody ever wondered that? It's a good guess to ask, considering that this guy was wanted by the FBI during the time of when I believe Tyson Fury was fighting Dillian White. And during that time, the FBI clamped down on Daniel Kinihan, MTK, which, by the way, was a real big brand back in the days. Okay? Real big brand. And why? Because Daniel Kinihan was funding it. He was creating gyms across Marbella in Spain, in Portugal.
And then on top of that, giving these fighters proper funds and proper equipment and even training facilities in order to reach their highest potential. And then the FBI came and clamped down on him because he is a known Irish drug lord. And in Conor McGregor's case, he's not the first guy who wants the help of a notorious crime family in order to solidify his sense of being a dangerous man outside of the octagon. All entertainers do it, all rappers do it. And that's just one thing you got to understand. Everybody wants to be a dangerous guy. And once again, I'm not talking about just fighting wise. I'm talking about really in terms of your influence in the streets and what you can do. Every guy wants that. Now, you may say that you don't. You may say that, you know what, I just want a normal life. Don't really bother anybody or anything like that. All right, that's cool. But there are people out there that have a certain dark matter in their brain that will motivate them to want a notorious Irish cartel to help them in whatever endeavors that they need, whether it would be anything that I can't mention. But that also includes all types of other gangs and all types of different cultures that are tied into the crime underworld. For example, if you're an African-American rapper from Florida, believe it or not, your biggest approval that you want are gangs in California. And you want to know what's crazy about that? Here's the reality of many gang members in California. A lot of them are coming off of prison bids, having a real hard life, having a struggle with keeping a job. Some can maintain a job and God bless them. And then there's a lot that just can't. And then there's a lot that can't get a job because some of them have face tattoos. They have insane records or just don't have good social skills in order for them to get ahead into that part of the world. So they struggle. But guess what? When they come home to their gang, to their crew, to their territory and their neighborhoods, the one thing that they can capitalize on, believe it or not, is being hooligans. Why? Because when you have a group of men around you that are willing to commit a certain level of atrocities in the name of whatever you wish to be, you have a different power than that of the average civilian. And that right there is the attraction to Conor McGregor's potential ties with the Irish mob. But among other news, then there's the Saudis now looking for much more than what they gotten for the Saudi Arabia card yesterday. Now, I got to tell you, it was a great event. The fights were great. The first fight was a first-round knockout, as well as the last fight of the night was a first-round knockout. Obviously, the Road to UFC Asia card did not count as a first fight. That was its own fight and what have you. But nonetheless, up and down, the fight was great, right? The entire card was absolutely perfect. So, other than that, the Sheikh was really forceful towards Dana White in letting him know, hey, you know what? I want this many events and I want this many people in the seats. And even bigger cards. So, yeah, I got to say, man, a great weekend of fights nonetheless. But honestly, it's a slow Sunday. It was a great weekend of fights. I also got to see the Bellator card. I got to see the main event, the co-main event, and Conor McGregor being a big part of the show. So one of his fighters, I forgot what her last name was, but she lost the fight, which I believe it was against a British woman that she lost the fight to. So in comes Dan Hardy, by the way, now an executive for the PFL, and the PFL and Bellator are now tied together. So as a result, he goes in there and asks Conor McGregor a question, sort of doing a throwback in the way that they did back in the old UFC days of, let's say, 2014, when Dan Hardy used to interview Conor McGregor in his earlier days. That's sort of the look that Dan Hardy was going for. But the attention was all on Conor, weirdly enough. And even after his boy, who was in the co-main event, they still shot the camera on Conor McGregor reacting to the main event. I thought, this is interesting. Okay. There's something really interesting about this. They're trying to use Conor McGregor as a clout because they knew that they had to go head-to-head with the UFC Saudi Arabia on the same day. Now, to be quite honest with you, I don't know much of the time slot, but hey, if you've got a Middle Eastern and European card, rest assured that if you're watching this in California, you're going to be watching that in the afternoon. So they are overlapping each other, right? So what do you do to compete with that? Just put Conor McGregor on the screen of a Bellator fight. And that's exactly what they did. So that was the weird part about watching Bellator, but it was a great fight. That Dagestani dude that took on Jackson went to a 5-round decision. A few good finishes, a few good scraps on the main card. But again, the UFC is the king, and the UFC ruled the entire week, or the whole entire weekend of fights. There was a boxing card, I believe, on DAZN, and I have yet to watch it. I'm probably going to watch it, make a reaction out of it, and then also do sort of like a review of all the fights that had gone on this weekend. Do a little bit of a review. Not all the fights in Bellator, but obviously all the fights in the UFC, some of the fights in Bellator, and maybe even the boxing card that I have yet to watch, as it is Sunday night right now in Sacramento, California. So going back to the Saudis and what they're asking for with the UFC, let's talk about another controversial topic that sort of relates to this. The concept of sports washing. Now, what exactly does sports washing really mean? It means when a government is trying to use sports entities in order to make their country look good in a public relations positive light. That's sort of my own long-winded explanation and definition for it. But nonetheless, here's what it is. Here's something you got to understand. There have been allegations against the Saudis, just like most countries get all types of allegations. But you also got to understand, they are a monarchy that sort of operates in a system where if they want something done, they only have to ask one man, and that one man with a snap of his fingers can do it. And guess what? You see that in boxing right now. The fact that they want Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou straight away, that is power. That is also the same power that a lot of people around the world are complaining about when they talk about the Saudis and their so-called sports washing. Now, you also got to understand this. From a fair perspective and an objective point of view, States in America also engages in squashing. What do you think America did in the 2004 Olympics? It was a form of sports washing. Why? Because we went into the Olympics in 2004, competed with the rest of the world, participated with the rest of the world, and for the reason being that we wanted to show some sort of loyalty and partnership with this global community from the planet. That's the reality of sports washing. Now, how did the U.S. do in 2004? I don't know. I think that's besides the point. It's also besides the point that right now there isn't yet a Saudi superstar like Conor McGregor or a Khabib, but obviously rest assured they're going to develop one in the future. But for now, what their main goal is to attach themselves into these organizations and promotions, and as a result, use it as a way to create a positive outlook for themselves in an international competing market, but also create a different type of economic prosperity in their country that is beyond just oil reserves. So we're talking tourism. They already make money with Mecca, being that there's a lot of people from around the world that come and do pilgrimage. That alone is an economic prosperity for Saudi Arabia. Oh, here we go. We have the 13th assassin from UAE. What's up, my man? Salam, brother, all the way from Dubai. What will happen between UAE and the UFC, specifically if they have an agreement since Fight Island and before? So how the Saudis will come in the picture? Okay, so that is a very good question, 13th Warrior. And you know what? This is great that he came in here and asked this question straight away, because I was just really planning on just ending the stream at a sooner point, but I'm going to answer this question right now. The Saudis coming into the picture, what they're going to do is just add on to what the UFC is already doing on a yearly basis, on the continuous basis of their yearly trajectory of calendars and events that they put on. So in other words, nothing is going to change other than the Saudis throwing a little bit of money around to facilitate whatever it is that they need. So for example, the UFC is going to be sponsored by the Saudis in September, and it's going to be a Vegas card. Now, why is that significant for the Saudis, even though it is a Vegas card, but yet they are not fighting in Riyadh? Well, they are using Vegas as a way to spread the word of Riyadh, use that as, let's say, a poster as to say, hey, look at our vacation spots. We are just like Dubai. We are just like the UAE. And not only that, this is what we can offer to the world. We also have UFC. We also will have UFC in our own countries, as well as sponsor it here in the Sphere in September. That is where the Saudis come into the picture of the UFC. And with the UAE, to answer your question, I think it's going to be business as usual. 13th Warrior Assassin, in your question that you have right there. It's going to be business as usual. Now, why is that? Well, you have to understand this, right? The UFC will do business with whoever is going to facilitate them great venues, great gate numbers, and not only that, great clout with whatever it is that that city has going on. So, for example, if they were to do a Real Madrid show, or I'm sorry, a pay-per-view in Madrid, is that a possibility? 1,000% it's a possibility. And you want to know why? Because Spain is a country right now that is rich with avid soccer fans. And you know who else is a big soccer fan? Ilya Tapora. And as a result, Ilia Topuria being a big soccer fan and Real Madrid putting a stamp on him, I urge you to just look up how many millions of followers they have, Real Madrid. And then you'll realize the popularity that can be offered by Ilia Topuria and Spain and the show that they can do in that country. So I hope that answers the question for the 13th Warrior Assassin from Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And yeah, it's still going to be business as usual. As you can see, Dana White said that they're going to throw Khamzat into an Abu Dhabi card. So as a result, what does that tell you? That tells you one thing. What that tells you is they're going to facilitate each other and complement each other in a way where, all right, let's say Khamzat now was not able to come and report and do a Saudi card. Okay, great. No problem. Let's throw him in an Abu Dhabi card. Okay, well, vice versa. What if, let's say, Islam was not able to come into a UFC UAE card? Let's say he had a fight canceled because, I don't know, he broke his toe, like supposedly what Conor McGregor said had happened to him, right? Okay, they'll replace that card and put him in a Saudi Arabia card if he can't make it to an Abu Dhabi or a Fight Island or Dubai card. That's what they're going to do. They're going to use those regions into, let's say, even with close proximities of having events back to back next to each other. So in other words, maybe in the future, maybe 2026 or 2027, you'll have a UAE card on an October card, and then you'll have a Saudi card in a November or December or somewhere in between. But the bottom line is their whole entire goal and what they're trying to do is build a catalog. And not only that, build content. So that means weeks and weekly fights. Like the fights that you've not seen maybe last week that was on the Apex, that's content for them. And that's content that you can consume. One day, you could be sitting in a plane and out of nowhere, you think to yourself, brilliant, you know what? I'll watch the fight that I didn't get to see last week, right? And then all you got to do is get on your ESPN app. It's right there and you can watch it. That is the purpose and the reason why they are building a high catalog, because the more events that they do, the different countries and regions that they touch, as a result of that, it just creates more opportunities for different fighters and different competitors. But not only that, it creates an opportunity of building a high volume catalog that they can sell to ESPN as something that is extremely valuable to their brand. So for now, that is all that I have. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And check out my past videos. Check out my coverage that I did for UFC Saudi Arabia yesterday. I had about maybe now almost 700 people from around the world tap in on that one. Check out all my past videos. Some of the hottest videos that I have in my catalog right now that are still from a couple of months ago was the David Benavidez and the Canelo one. Man, Ikram and Diaz got his head handed to him. Did you see that? Yes, I did. Oh, okay. And then you also said here, also, if I may add, Saudi and UAE behind closed doors are not in good terms. Okay, so this is interesting that you brought this up. This is interesting that you brought this up. I'll tell you why, right? Because I got to be honest with you, man. Like, they're not in good terms. Saudi will pay whatever the UFC asks, especially when they are trying to become a tourist hub and a business hub. It's a cold war between the two. Okay. All right. So 13th assassin. I'm sorry I didn't read that part. But yes, Ikram, man. Ikram Diaz. You said Ikram Diaz. You're calling him Ikram Diaz, got handed to him. I don't know if that was a typo or if you're calling him Diaz, but let me know, elaborate on that a little bit. But to elaborate more on what you are saying about Saudi Arabia and UAE, I think, man, I got to be honest with you, man. You brought up something that I think is a video-worthy topic, 13th Assassin. Thank you. I want to thank you for that, okay? Because that is very valuable information. You know what? Yeah, that is very valuable information. What did you say here? Because he looks like Nick and Islam had a... Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. I see exactly what you mean. Because, yeah, he does have sort of that built, right? You know, that sort of I don't know how to, you know, describe it, like sort of like a swimmer's built in a way. He says, "Thank you, brother. I appreciate it." Yeah, yeah. Well, I tell you what, I appreciate the analysis on that. So, okay, so how I see it is, I think Dana White is really going to have to play his serious game in terms of negotiating, right? Especially negotiating amongst competing factors that is going on right now. By the way, 13th Assassin, man, you just you know, gave me a whole different light into this particular stream right now, right? The UAE and Saudi Arabia are not close friends, and yet they are both dealing with the UFC. Man, that right there, that's a lot to take in. But I tell you what, I think Dana White really has to put on his A game when it comes to negotiating and to dealing with these two guys, and has to do it in a very organized fashion. And let me explain why. So imagine if they start competing for certain dates, right? Oh, well, I want the October date, or I want the November date, or I want this venue or this and that. Well, okay, you offer this venue, I'll give this venue an even bigger spin, right? And once again, I got to be honest with you, a lot of this also sort of has a religious factor to it too. Because here's something I don't think a lot of people really understand outside of the Islamic community, right? Is it not true that in the hadith it says in the end times, the signs of the end times won't come until you see the barefooted Bedouin Arabs compete amongst each other for the highest buildings? Now, isn't this sort of what you're seeing happening right now? Not only are the Arabs, which are the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, all these guys that have rich oiled resources and are notorious for being ultra wealthy in the modern age, are now competing with each other for not only sporting events, but also the highest buildings in the world. So I'd like to thank 13th Assassin for bringing up such an interesting topic like that, and just giving this live stream a whole different, you know, outlook into the topics that I'm talking about. What did he say here? He said here, yes, that's happening now. Also, the Arabs weren't known to build high structures. Yeah, and you know, they were also not known to have been involved heavily in boxing the way that they do now. And now they're talking about buying PBC. Well, okay, that's last on the list, but Matchroom and Queensberry for sure, they are absolutely bought into the whole program with them. And yeah, man, you know, now they're sort of doing that in the world of sports as well, because it's not just the Emiratis that are also doing F1 Formula Racing. Now the Saudis are in on that too. But right now, nobody is beating the Saudis at boxing, and that's just what it is. They just did a real good job at boxing, and now they want to emulate that into mixed martial arts and just attach themselves to the UFC. But for now, all right, that's all that I got right now, guys. Thank you. You guys gave me a few good ideas, especially 13th Assassin, into some video topics in the coming weeks. Inshallah, I will see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe and watch from the very beginning to the end of this particular live. We're going to find out. All right. Well, welcome to the video that I'm about to speak to you regarding UFC and Netflix. Now, how did we get here? Obviously, UFC's first major broadcast deal was with Fox. If you remember, back in 2011, 2012, the first fight that they had on the UFC's Fox deal was the heavyweight championship of the world between Velasquez and Dos Santos. And it gave me a bit of this old school ABC boxing feel, like back in the days of Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali, and Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler and things of that nature, right? It was very accessible. In fact, I even remember going to the gym during that time where just random people would tell me, hey, there's this heavyweight mixed martial arts matchup going on Fox. And I was thinking, wow, okay, the UFC has now finally made it. Well, ever since then, what had happened? Obviously, Cain Velasquez, former world champion, him and Dos Santos has had quite a few series of fights after that. But then now here's Cain Velasquez facing a possible 20-year sentence due to firing off shots at a daycare center owner who was allegedly doing some nefarious things to his daughter. And I don't even want to mention it. As for Dos Santos, he became the first ever game-bred BK MMA champion. In other words, he's a bare-knuckle mixed martial arts champion held by none other than Jorge Masvidal's label or Fight Promotions, right? And by the way, also affiliated with UFC's Fight Pass deal that they have going on, which is a different broadcasting company that just deals with UFC content and things of that nature, but that's neither here or there. The first ESPN matchup that they made was the champ versus champ between TJ Dillashaw and Henry Cejudo. We all know how that ended up. Obviously, it was a historical matchup. TJ Dillashaw cut all the way down to 125. And Henry Cejudo obviously did not win a title because of that, because it was contested in a flyweight fight. But yeah, that was the first fight free on ESPN. And that started the ESPN era. Now, TJ Dillashaw, sort of a frequent guest on the Jackson's podcast, got into it with Kevin Holland as of late over claiming that he'll never be champion. He'll never have these headlined events. Well, here comes Henry Cejudo still headlining events as a former champion against Song Yadong. Obviously, a very controversial ending with eye pokes and things of that nature, which led to Song Yadong winning by a technical decision. And during the Fox era, going back to the Fox era, from the ESPN to the Fox era, one of the major events that the UFC has produced, even till this day, was with Khabib versus McGregor. Obviously, it was on pay-per-view, but the prelims in the beginning of UFC 229 was all on the Fox network. Well, now, what was the last Fox fight before they went into ESPN? It was a rematch between Kevin Lee and El-Kheer. Ever since then, Kevin Lee is still active somewhere in the regional scenes, fought in the UFC, then went back to the regional scenes. I think he had a fight with Eagle FC, which was a promotion by Khabib. And then El-Kheer, he went on to become a real estate agent. And lo and behold, here we are today with Netflix, going into a UFC deal, probably worth $1 billion. Now, what is significant about that? Obviously, the ESPN deal had a little bit of some problems in the last pay-per-view, okay, with Pereira and Ankalaev. Now, what had happened? Unfortunately, there was a lot of issues with people buying into pay-per-views. There were a lot of people complaining that they weren't able to get the pay-per-view working. And this is like worldwide. A lot of people have been complaining about this particular problem.
So I get home and watch some prelims, some Fight Pass. I'm like, all right, they're all right. Nothing to blow your hair back, but there's some fun fights. All right, but this main card's gonna be sick. And my girl always knows. I say never wait till right when the pay-per-view starts, because there's a lot of people trying to get it and there might be a delay. We've never had an issue. So I see so many complaints from people out there about ESPN Plus and the pay-per-view service. I've never had an issue. Their entire existence of UFC's relationship with ESPN, I've never had an issue. So I never understood. I'm like, something they're doing. My girl knows to order the fight early. Your boy's grilling. Dude, my grill skills. It's the only thing I can cook. You name it, fish, steak, burgers are fire, brats. I always have to make 3 hot dogs for Basti. It's all he eats. He only eats hot dogs or chicken tenders. That's it. He's shredded. I cook Basti's hot dogs, 3 hot dogs, cook all the steak for everyone. The marinade's fucking fire. I got it down to a key. My grill's a nightmare. I'm the only person that can work it. It's like if you have a car and it's your project and people are like, are you worried about somebody stealing? Like my Hummer? No one knows how to start that thing. This thing's impossible to start. That's my grill. Certain places, it will be straight fucking fire and burn the meat, but I know how it works. So I'm the only one that can work it. So your boy makes a mean-ass steak on that. Steak's already juicy, marinade. Bought these fucking hot dogs, lit up, ready to go. What can I go? Babe, did you get the pay-per-view? And she goes, oh, I forgot. I'm like, okay, not a big deal. I'll just do it right now. In my back of my mind, I'm like, it's never let me down. Not a big deal. It's 7:05 at this point. Pay-per-view started at 7. It's nothing interesting, more nuts. So I click it, purchase. Yep, ESPN clip. It goes, error. Please try again. I'm like, that's weird. Maybe it's our Wi-Fi. Look at my Wi-Fi.
Maybe perhaps this was a negotiation ploy for the UFC, right? They weren't able to get any coverage for a past couple of minutes. You hear that silence that I gave to you guys in that couple of seconds in the video? That's literally what it was like for many people out there during that time. And it was absolutely horrendous. And you got to think, is this a negotiation ploy for the UFC and ESPN to try and sabotage them in order to lowball them for the next one? Well, the joke's on them, because now they're going into Netflix.
Please try again. I'm like, all right, man. Now it's 7:08. Now it's 7:08, and your boy's starting to sweat. Food? Fuck your food. I'm not going to eat it till we get this pay-per-view. Try again. Error. Please try again. I'm like, all right, well, this is ESPN problem. And then I always go, let me go online and see if other people have problems. My boy Cheeto, like, anyone else having problems? Frank Yeager. They charged me twice. I'm like, oh boy, seems like a good amount of people are having it. So I get on Thick Boy group chat. Yo, anybody else having problems? Chin has problems. Lex has problems. Fucking Casey. Dude, you've seen Ruffy's knockout. Best I've ever seen. I was all.
Absolutely major problem for the UFC that night. And it sabotaged not only Alex Pereira, but also Ankalaev, but more so Alex Pereira, because he was the guy that was getting pay-per-view points that night. So does ESPN think that by doing this, they can somehow lowball the UFC and force their hand into a lower deal, not knowing that there are other people out there that are highly interested in what the UFC can offer them? Also, another thing to take into consideration, right? Looking at all the past broadcast deals that they've had from Fox, which was big for their company, all the past other deals that they've had with ESPN, and now transitioning into Netflix. They have a relationship. Netflix already has a relationship with the UFC. You see, there was this movie called The Cage. It was a French movie, mixed martial arts movie, that involved people in the UFC with the likes of Cyril Gane, John Jones as a trainer, and George St. Pierre as a head trainer to the main character of this particular Netflix show. Now, how about Cobra Kai? Cobra Kai has also featured Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, Tyron Woodley, and the list goes on. Even Eric Anders was in a scene in Cobra Kai where I believe Johnny Lawrence and Miguel Diaz went down to Mexico, and Eric Anders was playing a local regional fighter down there. So they already have deals in place and relationships in place. And not only that, let's not take for granted the fact that Netflix is now affiliated with WWE, and WWE is now affiliated with the UFC, and now boxing can also come into play. So now they got a home for their TKO boxing brand. So whatever it is that ESPN was trying to do, I don't know, man. Maybe that's a conspiracy theory. Maybe it really is just a technical issue. But by the end of the day, they got themselves a new partner, and this could land them a $1 billion deal. Take that into consideration. It's a $1 billion deal. But that is all that I have for this one right now. Do not forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next video, next live stream, and in the next content, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Here we go. Okay, there we go. All right. That wasn't on. Okay, so, all right, guys, we are going to begin WrestleMania right now. We're gonna do that in 1 minute. That's going to be on the 4-hour and 50-minute mark. So that's going to be in 30 seconds. We're going to restart the stream. Not restart, but obviously. All right, so more intro.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right. So here we are. WrestleMania 41, day 2, April 20th, 4/20/25. And it's going to open up with the women's championship matchup with Io Sky as the defending champion. So for those of you that are watching this, just remember, go easy on me on my knowledge with wrestling. I haven't watched wrestling in a long time. It is a component of MMA to a certain degree, but I think there's a strong transition with a lot of people that were wrestling fans in the 90s and then becoming MMA fans when they became a little bit older. All right, let's see what kind of matchup we got going on here. It's a little odd that the champion walks out first, right? Now, I know that in pro wrestling, it's the same as it's supposed to be in other combat sports where it is the champion that walks out second. But there are moments where they do allow the champion to walk out first in pro wrestling. And probably because of the extravagance within the entrance that Bianca Belair is doing right now. Look at this. So what is this? These are a group of girls that I guess look like her in a way, that sort of use her same hairstyle, the little jump rope skip that she likes to do. Check this out. We got the Minute Maid guys right here promoting a juice box. Man, look at the ring right now, right? I would have imagined that the ring would look like a UFC cage in terms of all the promotions and the advertisements that are on it. I know in Japan, they were very big on having a lot of logos and advertisements on the ring. Japanese wrestling, that is. All right, so Rhea Ripley's walking out right now. Not the biggest extravagant walkout with her, right? I mean, Bianca obviously had a few people with her, but Rhea just walked out over here just plainly, like as if it was another SmackDown or Monday Night Raw show. Yeah, very strange looking girl is Rhea Ripley. Like an obvious super emo New Zealander looking type. I mean, yeah. So I suppose this is a triple threat match. All right, everybody that's tapped in, do not forget to like and subscribe, and also tell a friend because we are about to begin our first match of the evening. We are on our triple threat match right now. All right, so first match of the evening is about to start. right here, right on the 5-hour mark. All right, so everybody's just sort of staring each other down right here. Look at Sky smacking both of them. Oh, misses on that one. Gets clothesline. Yeah, really a bit of a fast-paced start for both of them right now. A good body lock position right here. Then there's a body lock of Bianca Belair's own right there. I heard that this woman was able to, I believe, deadlift like 400 pounds or something. And I believe she deadlifted or fireman's carried a 300-pound male wrestler. I forgot his name. His name was Brodus or I don't know, some hillbilly looking guy. But yeah, Bianca Belair, strong, very strong athlete. All right, so they sort of transition from going 1-on-1 to 3-on-1, and there's always like a focus on one particular like matchup that's going on. Looks like they're going for a triple suplex here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That was a crazy moonsault right there. Oh, wow. She's slapping her around right now. Look at this. Oh, wow. She goes off the post. Look at his Belair's looking to slam her. Oh, reverses. There it is. Oh, and an EO Sky out of nowhere. Oh, wow. Sky wins. Out of nowhere, Sky wins. So as soon as Belair slams her, Sky comes out of the sky to slam on her and gets the win. Oh, wow. There's more Rob right there, man. Being featured. Okay. All right, looks like Drew McIntyre's coming out. All right, so this is a Sin City street fight. So a street fight in Vegas, pretty much. More than likely, they're going to do a lot of out-of-ring fighting here. All right, so it's got a little guitar solo going on here. All right, here comes Damian Priest. Wow, they got Slayer out here. Yeah, man. Quite a special little entrance right here with Slayer. All right, here we go. McIntyre goes after him straight away. All right, so we got some chairs and some stairs being used here. Now he throws them over right next to the prime drinks. All right, so Drew McIntyre wins that street fight. We're on to the next matchup right now. What do we got here? A bunch of luchadors. Oh, this is for the Intercontinental Championship. All right, and Finn Balor is in this one as well with Braun Breaker, and yeah, okay. All right, here we go. Looks like Dominic has got the little Eddie Guerrero suplex going on. Carlito is still right now. All right, what's Finn Balor planning here? He's in the top rope. He looks like he's gonna stomp him. Dominic wins it out of nowhere. Wow. With that frog splash, and then boom, comes and wins it. He went Eddie Guerrero mode on him. Like, lie, cheat, steal, all that. Like, he went that route to win this. So when we're talking about surprise, this is literally what they mean. Right? Just having, you know, a bit of some surprises going on here. All right, Styles and Logan Paul coming up next. It's almost a given that John Cena is going to win this, right? Because if you think about it, him not winning it would prevent somebody from having like a historical significance. Whereas with Cody, he's quite new. Oh, wow, look at this. It's like a little 3D experience they got going on here. There's Colby Covington right there. Colby Covington is showing up ringside right there. And he's playing it well right into the crowd, too. Okay, some rapper got his own belt. Morris, all right, more. Yeah, so people can't ever say that wrestling isn't mainstream when they got all of these types of people showing up. Either that or people are just casuals of WrestleMania, kind of like the Super Bowl in that way. Ice cream trucks in the hood. Ice cream trucks in the hood. Look at Wade Barrett and Pat McAfee. You know, their tables are already broken. So here's Randy Orton looking for an opponent. Obviously, he's got like a surprise opponent tonight of some sort. Oh, they're doing this Randy Orton fight right now, okay? Because they're throwing the Randy Orton promo right now. Or maybe they're just playing the promo of it right now. Oh, wow, it is. Oh, they changed the cards up straight away. So yeah, as I was discussing yesterday at the post show, I had mentioned that Randy Orton was the youngest world champion ever, and he did it by fighting the likes of Benoit. But they want to forget about that for a reason. See, notice they don't really show any highlights of him beating Benoit, when, quite honestly, that was a pretty good matchup. Oh, wow. Okay, so it was a neck injury that Kevin Owens had suffered from. And so the general manager right there is being told that he no longer has a match, and then he gets RKO'd, and then Randy Orton is going crazy, like spazzing out. So even till now, Randy Orton has maintained the same like psychopathic style of character that he's been using. All right, so Randy Orton is going to walk out first, and then we're going to find out who the opponent is. You know what? That would be crazy if they actually did something like that in MMA or in real life, right? Where you would have a surprise opponent, but then you would have some kind of secret weigh-ins or something, and then nobody knows until the day of that this person is fighting. Maybe a crazy idea, but who knows? But that's sort of what's happening here, but in the fake fighting world. All right, so on the 6 hour and 30-minute mark of the stream, we're going to find out and we're going to announce who the opponent for Randy Orton is going to be. So everybody that's tapped in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe as we tap into this WrestleMania coverage that we got going on right now. We got about 400 people around the world that have already tapped in to this live stream. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Here we go. We're going to find out Randy Orton's surprise opponent. You're on WrestleMania. All right, so everybody's tapping in right now. We're going to find out who it is. The surprise opponent of Randy Orton. All right, Randy Orton, third generation professional wrestler, obviously really built for this in terms of the show business in the pro wrestling spectrum of things. He has a brother who's a legitimate MMA fighter or has fought some MMA. I remember seeing Randy Orton attend a few regional MMA fights, of which one of the competitors was his brother. All right, let's find out who it is. We're going to find out. All right, well, let's find out who that is. Who is that? Who's that? Zack Ryder? Who is this dude? He has a belt, so he must be a champion from like some other organization or something. having a little trouble with the stream real quick. Hold on. What is this? This is not. Yeah, I have no idea who this dude is. But it's a replacement. The TNA champion. Okay, so he's a TNA champion. Okay. And what's crazy is a lot of people know who he is. So it's like, yeah, he has a following of some sort in another organization. All right. Well, we'll start from the beginning and see how this matchup goes. Let's see what kind of technicality this guy can offer. Obviously, he's a champion from another organization. That's always interesting. Oh, wow, he goes for a roll-up straight away. They sort of signaling a suplex here. All right, does a little nip up right there after he goes and does a little Razor Ramon backwards slam on him. Dude got RKO'd. All right, that's good. And then Randy Orton catches him with an RKO and ends it. Wow, Randy's showing some bit of some sportsmanship here. And then he does another one. Does another RKO on him. Yup. You can't trust that dude. Wow, what is this? They're showing LA right here. What is this? Is there an event going on? LA? Is that Money in the Bank? Okay. So they're going to try to do Money in the Bank in LA. I'll tell you, even doing Money in the Bank matches on the video game, man, it's really difficult. Like, you got to knock everybody out, and everybody has to get laid out in order for you to even accomplish getting up there in the ladder. All right, so we got Logan Paul and AJ Styles coming up right now. All right, interesting little promo they have for Logan Paul here. Oh wow, here's some crazy moves Logan is doing on AJ Styles here. Here's Logan. All right, interesting entrance song here for Logan. Oh wow, they got Logan in like 1, 2, 3, 9 different views of him entering the arena. Well, we're in for an athletic fight right here. All right, yeah, real interesting 360 view of Logan's entrance there. All right, here comes AJ Styles coming out. And then we got the co-main event right after this, so only 3 matches left realistically. Good pacing of the card, though. Madre. All right, so here we go. The match started between Logan Paul and AJ. So in a traditional locking up stance right here. Let's see how much of this they're really going to try to shoot. There's Logan with a body lock right there. All right, pretty good technical matchup between them so far. Damn, he goes and he shoves him right into the walls right there. They're now fighting outside. I think the referee's going to have a slow count on this one. Damn, Ancient gets ran through in that post right there. Logan Paul showing off right now. Oh, it's got a little front kick right there. Logan does a little split leg drop. That match with Randy Orton and Hendry literally only lasted 3 minutes. Really good and athletic match so far between Logan and AJ Styles. Look at this, AJ Styles hitting him with the elbow as they are on the top rope. Here's AJ giving him a little suplex right here. Ooh, like a DDT style suplex, and then tries to go for a pin. Logan kicks out. He's looking for his finishing move, but Logan's fighting it off right there in the corner. All right, everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering and reacting to WrestleMania 41 Las Vegas right now. Oh, good clothesline by Logan Paul. 1, 2. And of course, there's going to be a lot of false finishes coming. He tries to go for a suplex, and then he flips right around. All right, man. Yeah, so very good matchup so far, man. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that lawsuit between Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul, because Logan Paul was going through with that lawsuit. The lawsuit that Nina, obviously he's saying that it's his fiance Nina that's behind the whole thing, but the reality is, you know, he could stop it, right? If he wanted. but who knows? Oh, wow. There's AJ Styles carrying Logan Paul right now. Oh. Yeah, man, what's up with Belal, Muhammed, and JDM? There's people out there that actually think JDM has a chance. There is no chance at all that he's going to beat Belal Muhammad. By the way, shout outs to Marab. They had Marab earlier up in there. Paul, he's doing the move of AJ Styles on him. Is he going to try to finish him off with that? Oh, look at AJ Styles coming back with a little power bomb. Oh, but on his own move. Oh, he's going to finish Logan here. Is he going to finish Logan here? La Pachanga, the Spanish announcer said. Who is this? Who is this dude lurking around right here? Uh-oh. He's being confronted by some sort of security guard right here. Was that a brass knuckle? All right, here we go. Logan Paul going for a suplex. Oh. Wow, 2, 3. There it is. Logan Paul gets the decision, or the pinfall, rather. Seven hours and 8 minutes into the live stream, and Logan Paul beats AJ Styles. Oh wow, look at this backflip right here. The backflip backfires. And bang. All right, man. Wow. We only got 2 more fights left in WrestleMania. How crazy is that? So as always, classic heel move, the distraction gave Logan Paul the advantage. All right, so Logan Paul leaves WrestleMania with a win. All right, so they got a few celebrities that are out right now. They had Quavo. They had some actress, a whole bunch of people, wide range of people. So this is the co-main event. And after that, it's John Cena and Cody Rhodes for the main event. Look at this. They got Quavo. Oh, yeah, they showed that earlier. Looking at a different screen. Well, all right. Women's Tag Team Championship coming up right now. Wow, can you believe this? It is Becky Lynch that is the surprise tag team partner right here. So WrestleMania just got a little bit more interesting, I suppose. For further updates, look down on the description below. Thank you. All right, so just a standard tag team matchup that's going on right now. Becky Lynch is looking to get tagged in right now. While her partner is getting beat up. All right, so Becky Lynch is now the tag team champion on her comeback. Right on her comeback. So this match was only like really 10 minutes at best. All right, well, that means we have the main event now. All right, and that only leads up to the main event coming up next. Let's get it. We got Stone Cold Steve Austin out here. All right, so John Cena set to make his entrance right now. All right, the matchup has started between John Cena and Cody Rhodes. Here we go. John Cena looking like a real heel right now with his mannerisms and everything. But looking a whole lot more leaner than his traditional build in the early 2000s. Perhaps looking for a much more athletic look in his older days, less weight to carry, and probably a whole lot more healthier in your joints in the long term. Obviously, look at Cody. He looks like and is built like an absolute combat athlete because he was a wrestler when he was in, when he was in his younger days. So that's a thing that a lot of people forget is that Cody Rhodes used to be a wrestler in high school and in the scholastic levels. Here's John Cena right now playing the traditional heel role where he's basically trying to avoid the conflict away from Cody. John Cena really trying to improve his chain wrestling skills over the years, oftentimes being labeled very stiff in the early days of his career. Due to a lot of his bodybuilding background where they didn't really learn a whole lot of mobility in that particular sport or particular venture that he was in. Out of nowhere, it's Travis Scott. Travis Scott appears out of nowhere during the match of John Cena and Cody Rhodes. All right, so what is Travis Scott going to do here, and who is he going to help? That is the question. Let's see what he does here. So Travis Scott interferes with the referee, and now Travis Scott is about to get violated by Cody Rhodes on his special move. So now what's going to happen? The referee is out. Travis Scott is out. John Cena is somewhere lurking, who's probably going to try and take advantage of this. See, look, Cena's somewhere lurking right there behind the scenes. There it is. Right there. He's going to hit him with a championship belt. Look at this. Oh, wow. Cody Rhodes says not so fast. Cody has the belt. But Cody, they're trying to show like the moral high ground, saying, hey, you know what? I'm not going to stoop to your level. That's what Cody is doing as sort of like a classic good guy. That's what the classic good guy does. Oh, and guess what John Cena does? He goes and he hits him right below the belt, showing him that, hey, you know what? I'm willing to do something that you're not willing to do. Just like what he said very early on in his career. What did he say to Kurt Angle when he answered that challenge from Kurt Angle? He said, you know, I'm going to come at you with ruthless aggression. Well, what do you think you have and what it takes to come and, beat someone like me? Ruthless aggression. That's what John Cena used to say. And now look, he's going to use ruthless aggression as a way for him to get the 1, 2, 3. John Cena gets the 1, 2, 3 at 8 hours and 20 minutes and 30 seconds into this live stream. John Cena makes history. Your 17th. That's right. 17th World Championship. 17th world title for John Cena right there. John Cena was able to do it. And what was the moral of that whole entire story? He was trying to take the moral high ground. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to come here and cheat my way into it. He could have hit John Cena with the belt. But what did John Cena do? John Cena hit him below the belt. And as a result, 17th World Championship celebrating with none other than Travis Scott right there. Wow. Travis Scott and John Cena celebrating. More to come. Yeah, Travis Scott got hit with that special move from Cody Rhodes, but nonetheless, John Cena. Yeah, he really had no reservations whatsoever doing what he needed to do over here. All right, guys, stay tuned. We got a bonus stream coming up in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. We got bonus content. We're going to talk about what we just saw, the conclusion behind it, the moral of the story behind it, the combat sports component of what we can learn from the main event tonight. How about that? Stay tuned. Inshallah. All right, so on the 8-hour and 30-minute mark of this stream, I'm going to cook, like really talk about the combat sports component of what we just witnessed.
Yeah, at that moment you go, Cody hit the truck, get this man out. You do the 50 truck, AA after AA. We were losing count of how many there were. As time and again, Cena would put Cody right on the loss.
Okay, we got to turn this down so that we don't get any copyright struck. We'll make it 32. Because you know I like to put timestamps and everything that I do. So thank you for all those that are staying with me. In 30 seconds, we are going to talk about it. All right, so John Cena winning, was that a surprise to a lot of people? I think it was quite a surprise to me. I'm going to tell you why it was a surprise to me. Because, look, I need you guys to understand this, right? First and foremost, John Cena was on the brink of losing that fight, just like most heels in the game of wrestling, right? So what does he do? He threatens to hit Cody Rhodes with the belt. What does Cody Rhodes do? He goes and he grabs the belt from John Cena. After he grabs the belt from John Cena, guess what he does? He decides that he has a moral high ground in not doing it, and John Cena hits him below the belt. All right. Apologies about that. Had a little bit of a technical difficulty. I didn't want to add on to the background of the WWE's noises. So here we are. Okay, so the afterthought of WrestleMania 41 in the main event between John Cena and Cody Rhodes. Now, obviously, you're looking at this fight from a face value and you think, well, as a hardcore mixed martial arts fan, you would think, oh, well, this is fake or this and that. Well, we all have that argument of whether wrestling is fake and some of the things that they do, though deemed dangerous, you cannot fake to any degree. So in that end, we can technically say that they are not a competitive sport, but they are a crash test dummy type of sport where people do get hurt and we do appreciate them for putting themselves on the line, all for our entertainment. So with that in mind, why is it that we appreciate this type of crazy entertainment with the likes of Mankind getting thrown off the cage like 90 feet in the air and into a table, and the thumbtacks and all the hardcore matches and all the crazy things that you've seen in the WWE over the years? Well, the reason why is because what you love is the compelling storylines behind it. And quite frankly, that's really what separates pro wrestling from anything else. That's quite frankly what the WWE is separated from everybody else in terms of their storylines and the fact that they have all these writers. They got people like Tony Hinchcliffe. They got writers from all over the world, from Hollywood and things of that nature, that are very experienced in putting together television plots. So with that in mind, what is the story and the moral high ground of this particular story, right? Well, you look at the end of the match, John Cena was literally about to hit Cody Rhodes with the belt while the referee was knocked out. Of course, the referee is knocked out. And then, of course, there's the Travis Scott interference that came along with that. And then him, Travis Scott, and Cody Rhodes had some beef prior to all of that. So all of that gets tied in. But on any event, what is it that John Cena decided to do and what Cody didn't decide to do? Once he overpowered John Cena, okay, he decided, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. After overpowering John Cena, he decided he was going to take that belt and not hit him with it because he wanted to be the good guy. He wanted to do the right thing. What did John Cena do? He hit him below the belt. Imagine that. Cody had the belt, and it was John Cena who decided to hit below the belt. Put that in perspective. So how does that relate to modern combat sports and everything that we witness in this crazy world of rules being changed in the last minute? John Jones fighting in Las Vegas. Next thing you know, he has to fight in California because of pictograms and all of these other crazy things. And then you got people like Yoel Romero, who's always been accused of taking steroids, but never really. And then you have this conspiracy theory that he comes from a country of Cuba that has these Soviet Union type of drugs and this and that. So there is one particular phrase from a boxer that really made me think about the moral high ground of tonight's main event, right? It was Paulie Malignaggi. You know what he said? He said, everybody in boxing, in one form or another, is taking PEDs. So as a result of taking those PEDs, he just felt like, you know what? Everybody's doing it. So if everyone's doing it, then, you know, why not just do it yourself? Because if you don't do it, then you'll just be at a disadvantage. So that right there is the moral high ground of everything that you just witnessed tonight with Cody Rhodes and John Cena. One person decided to not take that road. The other person decided to take that road. But in the end, it was John Cena who had succeeded. Look at Canelo for one example or the other. Now, I'm not trying to blame this guy or trying to put a jacket on him in any kind of way. But the guy was blaming Mexican beef as a result of his tests coming out dirty, right? As if there aren't any of the same people that are eating the same type of beef or whatever. But that's neither here or there. He's the face of boxing, if you really put it like that, right? So being the face of boxing, he seems to get away with a lot of things that most normal people in the sport of boxing can't get away with. For example, look at how they punished Jarrell Miller severely, right? Would they punish anyone else in that severe manner the way that they did Jarrell Miller? I don't know. But they certainly didn't do that with Canelo. They didn't do that with John Jones. They didn't do that with Conor McGregor, although Conor McGregor never really came back. But that's neither here or there. But yeah, he never came back. But they did allow him to take steroids. But guess who wasn't allowed to take steroids? Chris Weidman, who had the same similar injury when he had busted his leg up during the Uriah Hall fight. Yeah, he was not allowed to take the same remedy as Conor McGregor. So once again, there's a moral high ground that a lot of people want to take, but at the same time, there's also a double standard that comes with that, and that's just the reality of combat sports and the corruption that comes with it. And it just so happens that tonight, pro wrestling was the storyteller of that reality that goes on in combat sports. So with that in mind, please don't forget to like and subscribe, and we will continue on with the live stream for those that are in the chat and for those that are watching this in a future video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, check out the full coverage of all of WrestleMania 41 and UFC 314 from the previous week and the upcoming UFC fights and boxing events that we're going to cover here. All right. See you soon. And chat, stay on the line. All right, so yeah, welcome to the bonus stream. We're probably going to do 3 minutes or maybe another 3 hours. Who knows? But John Cena's world champion again. Now, how crazy and strange is that? All right, 10 seconds now going into UFC 315 preview. All right, so here we go. 10 seconds. All right, so right now we're going to preview the main event and the co-main event. So the main event and the co-main event. Main event, co-main event of Belal Muhammad versus JDM for the Undisputed 170 championship. And then also Valentina Shevchenko taking on Manon Fiorot, who, by the way, is in a very unbelievable streak. Okay, let's take a look at the streak that she is currently on right now, right? Erin Blanchfield, unanimous decision. Rose Namajunas, unanimous decision. Caitlin Sarmura, unanimous decision. Jennifer Maya, unanimous decision. So what do you think is going to happen when she takes on Valentina Shevchenko for the Undisputed 125 championship? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to go to the same thing. It's going to be a decision. Why? Take a look at the last fights that Valentina has been on. I know that she's been a killer before. She's finished a lot of people, but just take a look at the reality of the situation. Obviously, she finished Alexa Grasso, but the second time around and then the third time around, it was a draw. It was a decision. And I don't think that the co-main event is going to end any different. This is going to be a 5-round decision. By the way, speaking of decision, you know what else is going to be a decision? It's going to be Belal Muhammad. Look, I think that JDM is extremely tough, okay? Very durable. And I know that's a common thing that a lot of people love to say about fighters, right? Well, this guy is so durable or this and that, but it's really true for Jack Della Maddalena. However, is he going to be durable enough to prevent Belal Muhammad from taking him down and grinding him all 5 rounds? Look, I think he's going to survive. I think his durability is going to come into play. With that same durability, I think that Belal Muhammad's reputation of just lacking in the finishing department, I mean, you know what? It depends. It all depends on the styles that he's taken on, right? Now, for example, let's take, what's his name, for example? How about Sean Brady? Obviously, there's 2 grapplers there, right? So he had to finish him off, and he was able to finish him off because there were opportunities to sort of finish him up with strikes. In this situation, I think Belal Muhammad is going to keep it safe. He's going to take him down, and the same thing that's going to happen in the Valentina Shevchenko fight. She's going to be taken down over and over again, and I think that's just what they're going to have to do in order to win this. I think this is going to be one of those main events and co-main events that's going to end in a decision, a unanimous decision, which, by the way, sort of falls in line with the legacy of George St. Pierre in his 170-pound title run, who, by the way, they're going to be fighting in their own home country of Canada, which is where George St. Pierre is from. And if you remember, same thing in the Hominick and the Jose Aldo co-main event with the Jake Shields fight. It was all unanimous decision fights. Both of these fights are not going to be any different. It's going to be a unanimous decision fight. Just the current career trajectory that they are at right now points in that direction. And if we see any other variations of that, it would be just a combination of, let's say, if you see JDM get finished. Well, the reason for that is because of the fact that, hey, you know what? JDM is badly damaged. He's going in here sort of handicapped. I mean, he had to look for a GoFundMe to fund all of his other teammates that need to go, because I think the UFC is only limiting the amount of people that they are sort of accommodating travel arrangements to for the co-main event fighter. But nonetheless, yeah, that's a built-in excuse that you have in that situation. But I just see these fights going one way, and it's unanimous decision, Belal Muhammed, and it's also unanimous decision by Valentina Shevchenko. Any variations can happen. Obviously, this is MMA. It's combat sports, the theater of the unknown. But I think that that is the reality that we're going to see with these fights. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, thank you for those that have tapped in with me for the Wrestlemania show. It was quite a show. It was quite interesting. And I also got a video coming out reacting to that, just specifically the main event between John Cena and Cody Rhodes, basically talking about the moral story behind all of that. And I think the next video that I may make in the future also may regard Usyk and Dubois, because that is a rematch that is coming up in July. Look out for that soon. But on any regard, WrestleMania 41, great show, and UFC 315, something great to look forward to in the near future. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. I will see you in the next content, the next live stream, and the next video, inshallah.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually, he's going to go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's I'm telling you, El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like El-Kheer. Fucking so what?